Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, September the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And I forgot to do one thing. Give me a moment. Okay, so first of all, can you hear me and can you see my screen? A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, guys. Okay, well, we had a nice day yesterday. I don't think we're going to have as nice a day today. Huh. Now, just a quick question. Anybody with Interactive Brokers who's Canadian using it? I'm not, for the first time in, well, 6 years, I'm having an issue. I'm not getting real-time data. So I'm just wondering if anybody else who are Canadian, because I already checked with Chris Varley, who has IB, but he's in the States. I'm just wondering if it's a Canadian issue or just my account. And Kern, you're in Canada? You're in Canada? Just, I don't want to dwell on it, but this is what I'm seeing. It's stuck at the last. It's like it's not real time data, but my time in sales is correct. And nothing is showing up in my bid and ask. It's blank. So anyway, we'll see if it's my issue. That's okay. I'll contact IB after the market. Hmm. I did close it. Let me do it one more time, okay? Let me just try one more time. So bear with me, guys. I did a restart instead of a close, and so let me just see if that helps. Just give me a moment. Give me one more moment as I'm loading it. All right, let's see if this is yay. Okay, that's what I should have done. I actually just did a restart instead of a hard okay, thanks NPS. I actually just did a restart instead of a hard boot. Okay, I'm back to normal. Yay. Okay, guys, what's happening this morning? SNTI a gap up for it. And let's see, Bank of America has put a $7 price target on it. So that is the reason for SNTI's gap up. So our little gem of the last couple of days, well, at least they sprung the financing after hours. So it looked a little ominous. I'm sorry, this is AMPS. AMPS had a couple of great days, especially the day before. And then they've done a financing. So they did financing, I think it was at 11.50. So it's just hanging around that financing price. BBAI. I know you guys have been talking about BBAI. And so this actually looks pretty good. I mean, it's a $14.8 million contract. And when I looked at the term, it looks like it's 9 months. You know, sometimes you see these contracts and it's over 20 years. I'm exaggerating a little bit, of course, but it seems to be that this contract with your US Army is for 9 months, and something to do also with Palantir, PLTR, but Palantir has not moved at all. Just a little bit. But anyway, BBAI. I know you guys were talking about fib levels, etc. Rite Aid, RAD. Earnings play, getting clobbered on earnings all the way down, almost a lifetime low again, guys. No, the lifetime low is about, well, okay, it looks, the lifetime low is 464 or so. Position in the lifetime range, it's only 0.8%, but that's because it was so high at one point, I guess, a lot higher. So anyway, Rite Aid in trouble again. And CarMax, another one, KMX, I know real points at another fib level, I think. CarMax, another earnings play, big gap down for it, 15%. AXLA is a NASH drug, NASH, NASH drug, new data. Pop this one up a little bit, coming right into the 200-day moving average though, AXLA. And with what's happening, of course, with Russia, etc., aluminum metal prices are, looks like they're going to run a little bit here. Aluminum, AA, and CENX, these are aluminum plays. Was the news I read. Report LME could ban Russian metal. Okay, so this has added a big impact to AA and CENX, and probably others, but those are the two that I noticed. Yeah, you're looking at it. Well, when you say a Momo scanner, Jeb, this is pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. So if you can see my screen, this is what I use. And as always, you can access it from my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage and then go to the scan section, and where you see pre-market actives up and down, this is what you'll see, these two top lists right here, okay? So I see MOTS is just, wow, look at this. MOTS is entering the fray here. Otis GI named as the sole source supplier with the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, okay? So MOTS just got a massive pop here, guys. MOTS, what's the float like? 2.7 million? Oh, so where could this go until it really stalls? I mean, it's still got some room, maybe to the 5 level, then after that to the 580 level. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. $200 day is at $6 with the volume that came in. So this is going to trade the float multiple times today. The car industry is about to get crazy on the way down, I'm assuming. I mean, I saw Carvana, CVNA, CVNA, like most stocks yesterday, there were little glimmers of hope for probably most stocks. You probably see a green candle for most stocks, even the beaten up ones. But again, reality setting in again today. And KMX, of course, with earnings. Now, Porsche actually did their IPO was today. Porsche's IPO was today. Now, another IPO out of China, an EV player that was considered, or they're billing themselves as a Tesla alternative. They did an IPO. I think I'm not sure if it was yesterday or today. It might have been yesterday, way below the price. And this is really putting a lot of downward pressure, I think, on the other China EVs, XPEV, LI, and NIO. Yeah, so this Carvana is not that far above its lifetime low, CVNA. And if the market remains weak today, yeah, this came out, CarMax, that little pop here, but that could be really short-lived. Keep an eye on HLIT, guys. HLIT. This was a nice one from yesterday. And this is an all-time high up here. Okay, an all-time high is right up here. So no volume yet, but you never know. The other one to keep an eye on was that, where are you? QTRX. QTRX. Again, no volume yet, but you saw what it did yesterday. It got right up to 1103. The next high looking left was 1085. So you can kind of see, depending on, of course, what happens with the market today, if it can get through 11 again today, then look left, a huge, huge potential fill. 1772 is the next high looking left. But, it may not, depends what the market does today. Morning, Aja. All right, let's take a look to see what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Again, not too much activity from these analysts over the last little while. All right, there are the minor upgrades, or the few upgrades, and here are some of the downgrades. Again, this is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. The reason I always have to keep saying that is because people do ask me, where are you getting that from, trade ideas? And I'm not. We got competing upgrades and downgrades for Apple. Rosenblatt with an upgrade for Apple, and Bank of America with a downgrade for Apple. Excuse me. All right. So how's that Mott's doing now? Wow, what a move. My goodness. Well, coming into maybe that resistance around 5, that whole number. Next high looking left though is is it 543? No, it's 522 is the next high looking left. Just give me one moment, please. So those Alzheimer's stocks from yesterday have really done not much, no follow through. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. It'd be OS. Mention that one because of ALZN. Yeah, wow. Look at the pop up right back down. See, they seek FDA nod for early stage trial. Okay, they are seeking it. That is their news. I did mention the amps offering at 11:50. I did, yes. And we're just talking about how nice it was the last couple of days, and then at least they waited. Though it was funny when we started seeing this little downturn here. I thought, I wonder what's going on. And at least they waited till the market to close, okay, before they did their offering. So I'll give them credit for that, rather than doing it here, which would have knocked me out of a nice trade. Speaking of car companies, HTZ hurts on the way down a little bit. Well, I guess it was too much to ask for it having a couple of big moves on the market in consecutive days. It was a big move yesterday, guys, but yeah, I forgot to mention Best Buy, or I did it. Bed Bath and Beyond. Bed Bath and Beyond had earnings also, such as they are. Q2 earnings miss, sales far 28%, comps down, costs lower. Blue Apron is still hanging in here, guys. It's not up right now, but what a nice 4 days it's had. So the good thing about AMPS is that it is holding the financing price so far, 1150. However, if it gives that up, it gives up that 1150, not a lot holding it up. So can you be keeping an eye on it? I did see some news about IFRX, I think the German company. I think they're asking, yeah, requesting for emergency use authorization. Okay, this is a COVID play. Now, whether they get it or not, another issue. But I just think it's coming into too much resistance anyway right now. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so just not shortable for us. Well, at least it wasn't yesterday. The PEPG, it actually had some news. I didn't realize it had news. Oh, it is shortable now. It wasn't shortable. Let's see, how many shares available? 29,000 now. They did pump out a little bit of news yesterday. I thought this was just a pure, excuse me, a pure sympathy play with the other Alzheimer's drugs, but I guess they did put out some news yesterday. But this gives up 9. Look out below, boy. All right, let's take a look at the sector. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, then click on Dock Channel Bar, and then I'm click on Show More and get to our sectors. Ensure everything is down. Didn't check the price of oil, but yeah, okay. So what you're seeing here, major sectors. I always like to look at XLE first. So this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% red, what that means is 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And so you can see we're in for obviously every single sector is down from yesterday's close. There is not what you would call one sector to take a look at on the positive side right now. I'll take a look at this maybe between 10 to 10:15 to see what the difference is when we look at the change from the open. So see what stocks, see if the stocks have rallied off the open at all. Any sector has rallied off the open at all. So this one definitely is it's still holding MOTS. What a low float, 2.7 million. It's traded 3.7 now, so it's just going to trade the float multiple times today. Well, certainly XPAV and LI. This is what I was talking about. China EV maker Leap Motor. I don't think this does not trade in US. Flops in its Hong Kong debut. But look at this, guys. So first of all, they only raised 800 million. They thought they were going to they were going to raise 1.5 billion. Number one. But where did I see? I thought it was way below. Okay. Yeah, so it closed at 31.90 and the IPO price was about 40, it was supposed to be around 48, so way below. So just a disaster. And I think it's dragged down the other EV players. Yeah, in China in general. Yeah, look at that. So Kweb, KWEB, China in general. Well, guys, that's why I was saying yesterday, enjoy it while it lasts. You know, we had such a nice day in the market yesterday. If you're looking to go long anyway, or playing some bounces, things like that, we really had we had no big pullbacks during the day at all. You know, there's that 15-minute SPY chart. So in essence, I mean, it had a rest here, a rest here, a rest here, but in essence, you know, minor pullback here. I remember thinking, ooh, if it takes this out, look out. But that held and looked like ramp into the close. So we had no big pullbacks yesterday in the SPY anyway, probably for the other markets. It is a different day. I'm hearing SUNL. I think it had about 3 downgrades, SUNL. Lifetime low now, SUNL, lifetime low. Ooh, it is shortable. Pretty cheap though to short right now. Guidance withdrawal, city downgrade. I think there were some other ones also. So they've withdrawn guidance. Ever a good sign. I didn't see William. Did I see William at all yesterday? So you can answer that. I didn't think you made it yesterday. We missed you, William. Yeah, I see ADTX is starting to move a little bit here. I'm hearing it. I text to voice on that, the gap ups. All right, for you rum watchers, rum little pop again. It's been pretty all over the place. What did it get down to? Got down to 1260, back up to 13. I don't have an idea, no, Harry. We are having a test drive starting on October 18th. It's a Monday. Let me check my calendar. 17th. So we're having a test drive starting on the 17th again. So I would almost guarantee that by then the next beta will be out, but I'm hopefully it'll be out sooner than that. But I don't have, they don't tell me. All I, they just keep saying, well, we're working on it, we're working on it. So, but it's obviously close because I mean, I've got access to, to it. So it is close. Down goes BBBY. This wouldn't surprise me. Well, I was just going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if it goes negative. It just went negative now. There's no real reason for the pop, of course, based on their earnings. It's just, again, a meme play to a certain extent, but eventually they're going to give up. I think I heard AMC was taking a bit of a drop again this morning. 1 minute. That's where I missed you yesterday, William. All right, guys. Yeah, 1 minute until the market opens. Let's have a great trading day. How many exclamation marks is that, Christophe? One, two, three, four. Good morning. Bonjour. In our YouTube room. Rum guys, yeah, rum over, but this is this is something I find very difficult to day trade. You're going to either be a believer or not. And there we go. We're now open. We are now open. So let the races begin. And we have our first halt of the day because of volatility, THCH. So I don't know if this is a halt or I don't know what's happening here. If this is a symbol name change, it was trading in the pre-market. Looks like this is maybe a symbol name change, THCH. I don't see it listed as an IPO, but let me just look. So this is completing the business. Okay, so this was a SPAC with Silvercrest. Okay, so China stock trading as THCH today. Again, when these races start at the beginning of the day, they'll look a little bit more jumbled. They'll smooth out as the day progresses. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. UPST making its way down again. UPST again. Probably you're going to see a lot of charts that look like this. Okay, stocks in basically a big downturn, but yesterday with a green candle. Okay, on the daily chart. But with the market, what is the market down now? 230, 156, 38, etc. So, and there's Carvana. So Carvana is actually hitting my 10-day daily breakdown, CVNA. It's a little early though for me. If it was an all-time low, possible I would have taken it, but it's just a little bit early for me. And it may just drop from here, but I got to stick to my rules. 23.54. Whereas UPST, that just that is from Real Scan. I know you've got it real. You must have it. 21.59, 21.30 now. But again, just a little early for me. And again, I may regret it. I mean, there's the CVNA. Everybody's talking about it in the pre-market, but I just have to stick to my guns and see if it has a pop and then a drop afterwards. Oh, so PRTA actually a little pop. Almost tried to take out the high of yesterday. High of yesterday was 58.45, and it got up to 58.38, and that's where it stopped. All right, so SNTI won the first race in this one today. The first race had news. Well, the news is that Bank of America put a $7 price target on them. Initiated the buy with a $7 price target. General Motors, GM, another one gapping down now. Boy, again, green candle yesterday after a big downturn. This is almost like, well, not almost. This is a green bar ignored on the daily chart. At a downturn, pause in the downturn continues. Well, a lot of selling coming in. This is looking a little crazy. I know this one, the large cap gainers from the open looks a little crazy. The reason why is that there are hardly any stocks that are meeting the filter requirements. Now look at Beyond Meat, guys. BYND, almost another a lifetime low. I guess the lifetime low must be 1428. Must be 1428. Again, another stock, like most stocks, beaten up over the course of the year. Green candle yesterday on the daily chart. Okay, for those of you following BBAI, trying to make trying to take out the high of the pre-market, which is 182. Well, I shouldn't say it's trying to. It is approaching the high of the pre-market. Whether it takes it out or not, let's just stick an alert there. There's another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, guys. VFC, what a downturn. That did not participate in the market pop yesterday at all. And that is VFC, cut and sew apparel manufacturing. Okay. North Face. Okay. Vans. Boy, I got some big brands. Doesn't matter. Well, guys, keep an eye. I mean, this takes out 31. I don't know where the support is. I'll have to back this daily chart out quite a bit, I bet. I'm going back to 2021, back to 2019. You know, I don't think there's no near-term support for VFC, guys. Keep an eye on VFC as it's underneath 31 right now. It's barely, but I don't see any near-term support for this. And I actually think more importantly, it did not participate in yesterday's market bounce at all. In fact, it dropped quite a bit. Whoa, look at PepG. Look at PepG, guys. Look at this pop. It's almost gone positive. So those who shorted it, probably feeling a little pain right now. Yeah, beyond. Well, guys, I'm gonna have to turn off Reel's real short Momo. He's just going crazy. There's Nordstrom's. Look at this big red candle, guys. So the market was we were already down pre-market, and this is just adding further to the pain. Look at MOTS now, MOTS. Oh, brother. Hopefully nobody chased it. Yeah, IJA's X4 still looks pretty interesting. I mean, it's through the 200-day again. IJA in our YouTube room. Tough to commit, boy. Really tough to commit to anything long right now, even if it's a cheap one. But all right, so this VFC actually had a little pop. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert just underneath 31 and see if it takes it out later on. All right, HPCO guys. So took out the pre-market high in a big way. It's pulled right back down. The pre-market high was 270. Jamie alerted me to this one. Jamie at Trade Ideas. We were talking about pre-market breaks yesterday. I don't see any specific reason other than the fact that they are going to be presenting at the Emerging Growth Conference. Other than that, I don't see any, and that's today. It was yesterday though. So I don't know, maybe they said something really positive. I don't know. Hempico, I think I know what they do. Boy, look at this sell-off, guys. They're wiping out everything we had yesterday so far. Nice on the Carvana, guys. Those of you who took it, the CVNA. You know, it was just a little early for me, but there it is, 23.54. It's dropped a dollar. Absolutely following the market. All right, VFC now is underneath that 31 mark again. I like to see it get down to like 30, I don't know, 30.85 or so. Or like really leave that 31 behind. How much volume is there? That's good volume, 7 times normal. It's amazing. Your scan just stopped alerting me over and over and again, just as this bottoming tail was put in on the SPY, which makes sense. It still has alerts, but not over and over and over again. Look at rum, guys. This is what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know. This is just not a great intraday trader, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, maybe some of you can find levels to take it, but I mean, look how whippy it was, up to 1330, and then all the way back down to 12, almost 12. Keep an eye on the VFC, guys. If it really starts giving it up underneath 31, I'm really interested in it. There's nothing really holding it up. May not be super dynamic because of the float, but it's got 367 million in the float, so it's not going to be crazy. So we were probably, I mean, if the market continues like this, we're probably not going to get, I mean, the biggest gainers from the open, we'll get some looks, but what the difference between today and yesterday so far, of course, is that I doubt if we're going to get great continuation plays like we had yesterday. All right, well, let's see VFC. You got any legs down for me? 31 gets me out. Anything close to 31 will get me out. This is crazy. I picked the one that is not moving way down yet, but let's see. All right, knocked me out. I'll take a look at it again. If it gets underneath 31 again, a very tight stop on it. So no big deal. I'll just have to wait to see if it takes out 31 again. It's basically trading with the market. You can see there, a little bottoming tail there, a little bottoming tail on the SPY. No, amps, okay, so they do the financing at 1150. Oops. And the next low looking left, I mean, if that doesn't hold, well, maybe 1124 holds. It's kind of hanging around the financing price of 1150 for our AMPS. All right, guys, I'm just kind of look at that. Wow, look at the PEP G. I mean, the PEP G straight up, straight down. What did it get up to? Got up to 1053 and pulls all the way back down to 923. Mm-hmm. Haven't seen, didn't see well, saw Sava on the way down most of the day yesterday, but it's having a little pop here. Again, Alzheimer's play. Yeah, I'm gonna stick an alert at the pre-market high of around 199 for SNTI. See if it takes that out. If it does, the next high is 270. So it's got room. And it's already had obviously a big pop, but it does still have some room. It's only up because of an upgrade from Bank of America, initiating coverage and a price target of 7. Beat's been very choppy, but it's starting to come back also. It just went positive. Had the big pop yesterday, all the way up to 399. It's all the way down, drops a dollar to 291 pre-market. Trying to come back though. All right, VAC, are you going to? No, it's still kind of kicking around that 31 mark. So, well, this has got surprising strength, guys. The PRTA. I didn't think, after yesterday, but it came crawl all the way back. Look at this. This is the 4 o'clock, 345. Okay, all the way back. All right. Well, YouTubers, no sound, you're saying, Ija? I think my sound is okay. I'm talking to people on YouTube. Maybe anybody's in YouTube can tell me if they can hear me. I think nothing on my end anyway. Now look at amps now, guys. AMPS really giving up that 1150 financing price. All right, so it's on your end. Okay, Ija. Thank you, guys. Yeah, speaking of amps now, guys, amps just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, where is the next low looking left? 1047, is that correct? 11. So 11 is the next low looking left. Really weak because of the financing they did, and it's at 1150, and the market is certainly not helping. I'd be inclined to look to see if there's going to be a bounce at 11 for AMPS. All right, super risky, but the Pep G trying to come back again. Okay, it got all the way up. Was that a no? It's still below yesterday's close. Big pop up to 1050 or so. Good one, Zach. All right, keep an eye on it. I mean, this is such a low float, 1.4 million in the float. It's still above the pre-market high, or right at the pre-market high for HPCO. It had a huge surge to 315 or so. So let's see if it can base here and then start to move again. It's one of the few, stocks that are, of course, up today, and that's HPCO. Whoa, lost sight of the Rite Aid earnings play. Just horrible. I mean, 469, I think, is the next low looking left. 468 is the next low looking left for Rite Aid. It's an earnings play. And man, well, keep an eye on ILAG, guys. ILAG, ILAG. It's just put in a new high here. It's had a great few days. Great few days. I mean, it was a $1.60 stock, 303 now. That's in 4 days, 5 days. And the next high looking left looks like around 373, guys. So this still has some room. Low float is it is a China stock. So it is kind of bucking the trend of overall China. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on ILAG, guys. I mean, it's one of the few. Maybe wait for a pullback, but if it holds this three and starts to move, as I said, the next high, I think I said was 370. Actually 338 is the next high. Okay, 338. All right, Carvana, CVNA underneath that whole number. Let's see if it holds that whole number and starts to move down again. The next low looking left. It's 2021, so it still has room. It still has room to run down. 2021 is the next low looking left, other than today's low. And that is for the Carvana CVNA. Keep an eye on the ILAG, guys. ILAG is now trying to hold that three level. Bid ask is good, 301, 302, so there's no issue there. Not a ton of volume, but it is a low float. Not bad, the volume and that spread. Sometimes you'll see a wider spread when the volume is light and it's a low float, but Not terrible. All right, guys, AMPS is underneath 11 right now. AMPS underneath 11. And the market, man, oh man, another big, giant red candle. Not giant, but another big red candle. That's the giant one. That was the opening 9:30 candle. Well, we've just basically, I think the Dow was up about 550 yesterday, so we wiped that out now. Interesting. That VFC is just not moving. How's the dollar doing? Okay, guys, SNTI. My change symbol. Okay, guys, SNTI's got the room. This is the one that had the room. The SNTI had the room. Okay, again, I'm not saying to take the trade, but look at the room. Okay, 270. It's one of the few positive ones today, with the Bank of America putting an upgrade on them. Well, initiating coverage and putting a price target of $7. Let's see how well it holds to. That is the SNTI. A lot of low float. It's not high, but it's 33 million in the float. Oh, I know why I put that alert. So it took out the pre-market high. That's right. $1.98 or so was the pre-market high. Ah, sugar. Look at amps now, guys. Amps, amps, amps. I lollygagged on that one. MPS. There was the alert at 11:15 from my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, no, I know real. That's why I had an alert set at that pre-market high in case it took it out, because it certainly got room still. If I were to use Holly for a trade, how would that look? I don't know what you mean by that exactly, Sheriff. I don't auto trade at all. I just look at it like any other alert that I get from any one of my scans. I'm not sure I understand how what you mean by that exactly. So if I get an alert, there's a PRTA as an example. I look at it. Do I want to short it? That was the idea. If I decide I want to do it, I take the trade. If I don't, I don't. Is there, maybe I'm not understanding your question. All right, Carvana, underneath that 22. Yes, finally. For me, anyway. I know you guys are in way earlier, but maybe, Sheriff, you can expand on that question. I'm not, it's just another trade. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's AI or Holly or anything else I see. It's just, okay. So, well, first of all, okay. So the question is how do you see the AI, the Holly ideas? We don't call it Holly anymore, but that's okay. So first of all, you need our premium service. So Sheriff, do you have our premium service? Or do you have trade ideas at all? Let me ask you that question first. And if you have trade ideas, do you have our premium service? Ah, okay, I got you. Okay. Well, I mean, if you had you need a premium service, and how you see the alerts is you would just click on new, and then AI slash premium AI. Excuse me, we used to call it AI slash Holly. Premium AI strategy trades window, and this is what you'd see. Okay, how you trade them will be up to you though. So here's a short, like a short for PRTA, but I don't auto trade at all. Okay. If you're looking to auto trade this, I'm not your person to talk to. We do not recommend auto trading it. To me, it's, you know, it's an alert like anything else. I click on it, and if I like what I see based on the charts, etc., then I'll take the trade. If not, I pass. Okay. Yeah, you can try us in about 3 weeks or so. We will be having our test drive. you can try us out for 10 trading days for $11.11. I don't have the sign up link quite yet. Hopefully I'll have it maybe tomorrow. So Mookie, as far as setting a pre-market high, and, um, you just do it right on the chart. So, this SNTI was something I knew I wanted to watch, so as I was in this race here, so all I did was I just said, okay, just put a price alert, pre-market high, right click, create the price alert, and that's what happened. So the minute it took that out, I knew about it. Yes, it is going to be, let me, again, it's either the 18th or the 19th, 17th or 18th. It is the 17th. I just had to find out which day was Monday. So it'll be October 17th, and it'll run until October 28th. Okay, so there'll be 10 trading days. You'll have access to the program, full program, except no auto trading. Now, we were talking about this in our YouTube room yesterday when Jamie was in there. I mean, you could set up a top list window, okay, and with the pre-market range as one of your columns, and also one of your filters. And so, for instance, if you put, for argument's sake, 95 in the min and 99 in the max, that'll show you stocks within 1 to 5% of the pre-market high. And if you sort that column, the pre-market column, pre-market range column, you'll see the ones that are, probably right at 99% down to 95%. All right. So with the Carvana, I can't remember what I said. What's the next low looking left? Yeah, looks like that 2033 is the next low looking left for it. Okay, 2033. So again, I'm a little more conservative in my approach. I know Real and others were talking about Carvana shorting it. I got the alert here, my 10-day daily breakdown, but it was just too early for me to do it. I don't like to take stocks or trades in the first 15. In this particular case, did I make as much? But I waited for the 22 break. All right, guys, I took myself out of the SNTI trade for a little loss. I'm going to wait to see if it takes out two again. Okay. Going to mess around with it. Not with this market. I know typically these things, these smaller ones don't care. But so what I'm going to do is just reset my alert and put it around 205. The only reason I'm interested in it is because it still has room on the daily chart. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Well, I'm already out of the trade, Mohammed, but I may get back in it. Okay. But you have to have a trading plan, okay, where your stop loss is and all that. I may get back in it. You know, I don't like to see it, the minute it got close to two, I mean, I had a very tight stop. But, I'm getting interested again only because it's got the room looking left. But I don't want to say, I'm going to take this trade at 205 and therefore you should too. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. Yeah, there's no question. I mean, all right, I've taken some of that Carvana off as it popped, as it was getting closer to 21. Yeah, I lost sight of the eye lag. This is another pretty good one. And, based on what the market's doing, obviously it is moving counter to what the market's doing. 338 was the high. That's right. 338 was the high. And I don't have targets, by the way, Mohammed. Okay. I mean, some might say, well, my target is the next high looking left. That's not a target. That just tells me if I can take the trade or not. So my entry was 205 and I got out basically at two. Okay. That's what I do. I don't like, it gets closer to that whole number, but it had a ton of room to move. So I'm not looking at a target being, or was it SNTI? Okay. So, but again, guys, just because I'm interested in, wow, again, so if I have a nickel stock, a stop on something, and I look left, if I think I'm going to have a nickel stock on a trade, and I look left, and I see that the stock has 60 or 70 cents to run until it hits the next high, I'll take the trade. Okay, because obviously the risk reward is there. That doesn't mean I think that's not my target. That just allows me to take the trade, thinking, well, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance for quite a while. Okay, so Kishore, you have to learn about docking. Okay, if you go to our website or my homepage, if you go to the docking area, that'll show you. But I'll show you another way that that might be just as good for you instead of having to learn about docking. If you go to my homepage, question in our YouTube room was how to move a layout alt to one to another monitor. So if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section right here, the education section, go to the user guide, and then find the docking section, okay? Docking. That'll tell you how you can do what you're looking to do, okay? How you can create what's called a docked window, and you can put all your alerts and top lists, etc., in it, and then you can move it all at once, just like I can do this one, okay? Just like that. Now, another way to do it though, which may be just as good for you instead of having to learn about docking, Okay, so I have three monitors. So what I do is this is the monitor, of course, that I'm sharing with you guys that you can see, but I have two other monitors with some trade ideas windows, scans, windows, maybe some charts. I've got, four thumbnail charts, on another monitor, things like that. Okay. So what I do is I designate one monitor, and this is the one I designated at this one as my main monitor. And I put all my, be they free floating windows or docked windows, whatever they are, I put them exactly where I want them on all my monitors. Once I do that, I click on Tools, and then Options, and then Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts, and then where it says Opening Window, sorry, Loading Layouts. Notice it says Open relative to main window, and I've checked it. And I save it, okay? And of course, when I exit Trade Ideas, I always save my work. Any little change you make, you have to save your work. What that means though is when I exit Trade Ideas and then load it again, all my windows are going to be exactly where I want them to be. Okay. So I don't have to mess around with moving things around every day. Yeah, it's erratic. There's no question. SNTI. I mean, you've got these topping tails now, so I have to see if it can take two again and start to run. But I mean, it's got these topping tails. You know, it's just not it's not shortable for me, so I can't even consider that. Yeah, Pep G, boy, but that's another risky one though. 19 million in the float. It had that big pop almost immediately to 1052, and then it fell right back down. So, like everything else with these low floaters, you've got to be very careful. Yeah, I'm not going to completely give up on the SNTI. Again, the only reason is because it's got room when you look left. That's the only reason I'm interested. I mean, it's got a little bit of news about it with Bank of America putting a $7 price target on it. Okay, there's that. So I mean, that is the reason for the pop, of course. No other reason. There's no other news for it. But looking left, it's got all this room. So that's what got me interested in it. Oof. I mentioned that one in the pre-market had about three downgrades on it, but I thought it was too cheap to short. I guess not. SNUL. Big difference between yesterday and today, guys. I mean, yesterday a stock like this, would have had it probably would have had the same sort of a pop. but instead of a massive drop, it may have just sort of held for a while, then moved a little higher. Maybe little dips here and there. But we're back into this market where these small guys, they have the pop, and then you've got to be so careful. Hmm, give me a moment. Okay, ATXI again, that another crazy one from a few days ago. Okay, so there's your plan. You got scared on that? That's your plan to exit? Okay. You should never take a trade though that scares you. Okay. And sometimes, maybe these low floaters, if you're new to trading, are not what you want to do. You should never take a trade that scares you. All right. Well, okay. The SNTI is flirting again with that 2 level. I mean, here's another one that's, could be interesting. Again, it's a Israeli stock, 15 million in the float. PYPD, I mean, it got hammered down. I can't remember the reason for this, but it got absolutely hammered down here. What's the high looking? The high today was 140, 158, 224. So, I mean, in theory, it's got some room, but, the market is just not, it's not rewarding these little guys. It's not rewarding them with at least holding on to the initial pop a little bit rather than just giving it up completely. Yeah. So THCH is a SPAC. Well, it was a SPAC. It turned into a THCH today. So other than that, I cannot comment on it. The question is, why is it just sitting there? No enthusiasm. Nobody wants it. Terrible day to start trading on its own as it emerges from its SPAC status. All right, so Carvana now is underneath that whole number again, 21. Still have a piece of this. I want to see if it takes this is 2071 out again, and that might get it started on the way down again. Well, okay. Can ILAG hold 13, 3? Let's see if it can hold 3 at least, and then, form a little bit of a base, and then maybe move from there. All right, guys, it is now 10:30, so I'll just go over quickly what you're going to find on my homepage. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Hey, there's Dak. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. I'm going to go over the racing in a bit, Sheriff. And yeah, I mean, just because something is winning a race doesn't mean you just pile into it. But I'll try to explain in about 5 minutes why I think the racing is a great feature and something that, especially if you're new to trade ideas, instead of having to create all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and clicking like mad on different symbols all day long and getting nothing done, you don't have to use my race. I'll show you how you can create your own race based on your criteria, and then you can just follow stocks in a very a lot simpler way. But more importantly, it creates a top 10 watch list for you automatically. You can watch stocks all day long automatically. So let me get to my homepage. I almost lost my train of thought there. Let me get to my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And Barry 15, okay? So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea about how much it costs. So we have four plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the big one, $2,000 for our annual premium, minus that 15%. Standard is 1,000 minus the 15%, okay? And the difference is the AI, which you know, I don't use the AI. I use it like a watch list, okay? So if I see something I might like, I might take the trade, but for instance, it was saying to short SNTI here. I didn't like that. Plus, Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available for SNTI. So, and that's my broker. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription, of course. You can always take out a monthly. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If at any time you do want to take out an annual, though, we'll honor that 15% promo, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. So let's get started. It's 30 minutes long, 10 short videos. It runs you through the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay, you must do that before you do anything else. Oops. Next, I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. The trade of the week, another free service. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, the suggestion was to stay in cash. Okay, there was no single stock that Steve Gomez, who basically scours over the weekend, something that might look interesting as a trade of the week. He could not find anything. Education section is right here, or my education section on my homepage right here. A great user guide. Click on that. There's that getting started section. So, and you can, of course, if you're not a subscriber, people can take a look at this to get an idea about what trade ideas capabilities are. But at the very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about stock racing. If you click on the stock racing, a couple of videos, three videos, I think, a lot of text. It's going to explain what stock racing is all about and the value of it. There's that Getting Started series again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez, who I mentioned is the originator of the trades of the week. So he's there. He should be there between 12 and 1. I will confirm that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And of course, Chris Varley is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. I shut down the main room at 3:30, so then you can head over to YouTube if you want to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. So next week we're on the Tuesday Thursday rotation. Okay. Following week, I don't think that's the test drive week, but Monday to Wednesday, but you can sign up for all the webinars here. Educational videos, a lot of videos here, including that getting started, but there are a lot of other videos here, all free resource. Another great free resource is the Back to Basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And if you're new to trading, yeah, it looks really, some people think this is infantile, but what is a stock? But believe me, if you're new to trading, you might not, I mean, you might know what a stock is, but a lot of people, believe it or not, think that when you buy a stock, maybe the proceeds go to the company. I'm not kidding. But anyway, what is a stock? Introduce charts, candlesticks, etc. So if you're brand new to trading, this is a valuable free resource for you. Okay. And if you are a subscriber, of course, then you have access to my scans. For my scans, the two races that you see, but I do have some other scans that you can take a look at. Okay. That I use in the pre-market, market actives up and down. So in order to see all this, when you want, save my link. Taking out a subscription using my link helps the room. The room is free. There's a reason for it because people take subscriptions using my link. Okay. And yes, I do get a commission. But if you save my link, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. You can take a look at the education section anytime you want. Give me a moment here. No, the room is free. The room is free. It's been like this since October. In fact, it'll be, well, next October, in October, 7 years. Yes, October in 2015 is when the room started in this format in which I share my screen and live on the mic. And it's been free ever since. Let me go over the races, okay? And why I think it's a really invaluable new type of scan that we came up with a few months ago. So a race always starts off from a top list window. So this race is biggest gainers from the open, and I'll go over this one also. There are some differences, but it always starts off with a top list window. And so if I open the top list window that this is from, or so if a stock is between $1 and $50, yeah, Mookie, I'm just gonna Mookie, we don't have a stock to its filter anymore. Okay, we stopped the arrangement we had with him a couple of years ago. Okay, so if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up from yesterday's close at least 2%, then that is what the race is based on. Let me just do one thing. So before we had racing, the top list, I mean, we still have top lists, of course, but the function of a top list was that if depending on the column headers that you had, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close, I could double left click on that change from the close percent, and here they are. So I can see SNTI, 44% from yesterday's close, right now 35% for MOTS, etc. Okay. I like to see the ones The change from the open though. So SNTI, from its opening trade, it's up 21%. HPCO up 15%. All well and good and maybe, interesting information, but how do you use it to trade? Well, that's the birth of the races, okay? So the whole concept behind the races, and you notice it says 4-minute races. I run 4-minute races. That means when this race is over in about 16 seconds, another one will begin. When the race begins, any stock that meets these filter requirements, okay, 1 in $50, 200,000 shares minimum, 2%, the stock that is moving the most in relation to all the other stocks meeting those filter requirements you will start to see it moving to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, I just call this a leaderboard. So you will see the fast moving stocks. Now, normally this list is a lot longer, but you know what? The market is what it is today. This list usually is full of stocks. The bottom line is that there could be like beat right here, okay? Beat. Excuse me. Right now it's at 2.4% from the open, change from the open. What if beat though all of a sudden really started to move? Now it was 5%, now it's 10%, now it's 15%. Instead of having to stare at a list of stocks and trying to eyeball something that is changing, that's what the race does for you automatically. So it's almost like it's having like a top list window looking for stocks that you like to trade or want to be alerted to. And of course, this is all custom. I mean, this is what I like to see, but you might have a different version. You might want to see stocks with a different price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe, a different percentage up from the close, or maybe you don't care. Maybe you want to add in a relative volume filter, etc. Okay. Of course, you can customize the top list. And once you do that, you would just launch the race. Right click, launch the race. Okay. This is what I like to, oops. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. Okay. So again, as a stock starts to move up, you'll see it float to the top of the leaderboard. So right now, at 1.89% for Mind Medicine, MNMD, that means since the race started for almost 2 minutes ago, it has moved 2%. How could you possibly see that on a top list? Okay, unless you were staring at it, but that'd be crazy to have to do that all day long. So you allow this to show you the stocks that are moving. Almost as important though, and probably in my opinion, more important, it automatically creates a top 10 list of stocks to watch for the day. You notice that SNTI is in the number one position because it won 5 races today. ADTX won 5 races, so they're tied all the way down to the last one here, HPCO, won 1 race. Now, if MNMD continues to lead this, you notice it won 1 race earlier, it'll have won 2 races. So this creates automatically for you a top 10 watch list for you to concentrate all day long. So for instance, take a look at Sava. Now Sava only won 1 race. This is how I'd be using it. I'd be clicking on, any stock that's in here and checking to see what's happening with it right now. Now you might look at Sava and go, wow, okay, maybe if it keeps pulling back to a certain level, I would want to take the trade if that is your style of trading. If you're more of a pullback trader. Okay, I'm not saying, this is what you do with Sava. That's up to you, of course. I click on X4, see what it's doing. Maybe your style might be, well, look, if it takes out that high right there of 158, I want to know about it, and maybe that'll get me interested in taking the trade. And of course, I'd be looking at this and looking at that 200-day moving average as a real stumbling block right now. But maybe if it pops through it, again, this is why you have to develop your own style of trading. But what this does for you, it gets you to focus on one scan and one scan alone, and automatically creating that nice watch list for you. So you're not, forever scouring this and that, trying to figure out what to trade. Will you miss maybe some stocks that are moving that you may have wanted to see that somehow don't appear? Yes, you will. But that should not be the end of the world. Let's take a look at GMDA. I mean, there's GMDA. I don't know. I mean, it hit a high of $1.85. It's sort of hanging tough here. Maybe if it takes that out again, the high of the day, maybe it starts running. We don't know. But the other thing is to use our simulator. We have a simulator that uses our real-time data where you can practice trading. So all you need is our standard service to do that. Okay. Now, why you're seeing PRCH, I was demonstrating how you can use the simulator. And I guess I took this trade yesterday in the simulator. I didn't exit the trade at the end of the day, so it carried forward. But this is how you can practice trading. Cannot emphasize enough that before you start trading real money, you must practice trading. And it could be 3 months, 6 months before if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money attached to your real account. Harsh reality, yes, but that's just the way it is, guys. Trading is difficult, and you have to develop a trading plan of your own. Figure out, do you want to be a momentum trader? In other words, seeing stocks near the highs of the day, maybe breaking out and then looking left to see if there's room for it to keep running until it hits the next high. That's kind of my style. Or do you want to be more of a pullback trader? Looking at it as GMDA, maybe if it pulled back to, I don't know, a certain level, maybe a certain moving average, you want to know about it. Okay. So, I mean, this is why it's so important to practice trading. You can't just follow me. I know people say, well, I just want to follow you. Well, first of all, I may not be around forever. Number one. But number two is you've got to develop your own trading style. You should not be relying. I mean, the room is great. Okay. The room is great. The program is called Trade Ideas. So yes, we have ideas all day long. We have other traders in the room that have different styles from me, and you can start looking to see, somebody might say, guys, I'm looking at this one, and you say, well, I wonder what he's seeing there. Guys, SNTI is trying to come back. Now, this large cap gainers from the open, and you notice there's hardly anything in here right now. So what I did was I took this scan, basically this top list window that generates this race. And what I did was I added a market cap of 500 million, 500 million, and also a minimum float of 50 million. Okay. So you're not going to see stocks that are, that volatile in here. The stocks that you can see in here, you can see some big percentage jumps. You can see 10, 15, 20% sometimes. So yeah, while it's wonderful to be on the right side of those, remember the volatility can work against you too, because they can drop as quickly as they go up. So that's why I've got two scans here, two different styles, a little less volatile, well, a lot less volatile here. But if you can handle the volatility, once you've practiced, I mean, these of course will give you the biggest bang for the buck, but they are very volatile. All right, guys, SNTI is trying to make another run here. Yeah, PJ, I mean, PJ is talking about the market. I mean, a lot of you have not seen a market like this. I mean, from about 2009, after the financial crisis, which a lot of us lived through and tried to trade through, 2008, 2009. I mean, since then we were on a huge, huge bull run. We're obviously not in a bull market right now. A lot of you, are perplexed. How do I trade it? Well, a couple of things. If you refuse to short things, well, it's going to be very tough. Yes, we'll get some pops in these little ones and sometimes these big ones, but a lot of times these pops are just not going to be maintained. You'll get the pop and then the immediate drop. I'm not saying with every one of them, but it's certainly a lot more tough if you will not short this market. Now, if you can't short the market because of your broker limitations, okay. But some of you have psychological limitations, you have a psychological problem with shorting, and I can't help that. I mean, look how good that PepG looked an instant. It looked like it was going to take out that 10 level in a big way. I mean, it got up to what, 10, 15 or so, 10, 13 or so, and then it pulled right back down. You see, I mean, the nature of this market too, I mean, I have a 15-minute chart here. Now, normally the higher time frames, they tend to smooth out the look of the trading. You don't get usually now again in this market in the last I don't know month or two, the 15-minute charts you'd almost have to go to like a I don't know an hour or 2 hour chart or something. But you see the topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place all the time. And again, topping tails and bottoming tails. So what did that mean? For instance, ATXI. At one point, this stock was up to 780. Okay. And then the sellers just came right in and closed it way down here at 676. That's a big percentage drop from the high right down to the low. And then the next candle, the sellers knocked it down to 632. The buyers close it up here. But you've got this constant battle. And when you see a chart with all these topping tails and bottoming tails, it's really tough. It's tough to get a direction. That's why the CVNA, almost from the get-go was a great looking trade because yeah, there was a little topping tail there on the 15-minute chart, but in essence it was more or less straight down. Now it's popped now, okay, but more or less straight down. You didn't have a big green candle coming at you and then a red one, then another green one, because what happens is if you have proper stops, you will be taken out of trade so many times. Yeah, I think there's something going on here. There's no way AA 114 races. No way. So I don't know what's going on here. I may start the race again. Yeah, I think there's something going on here. Like what I'll do. I mean, look, even in this top list, this is the only stock that meets the filter requirements today. Between 10 and $50, 500,000 shares volume, up 2% from the close, half a billion market cap, and the float is at least 50 million. Okay, that's the only stock that meets these filter requirements. I'll leave it. Okay, guys. So I want to just demonstrate quickly the use of the simulator, okay? Because now it still have this issue with it slowing down my system. I think, when I load a chart, it won't be like immediate. So, yeah, look at that MOTS. Look how difficult that was. Yeah, I mean, this has been an absolute utter disaster, this MNMD. Now, if you follow the story, this did a reverse split, a 1 for 15 reverse split. Okay, so that is split adjusted up to $20. The news this day that got it all juiced up was that these some kid, some 20-year-old kid who I don't know. Again, I don't know if you can really confirm something like this, but some 20-year-old kid made $200 million trading Bed Bath and Beyond. He started with 20. Okay, um, that was the news, and then he and his father then turned their attention to this one, and they're trying to shake up the board. And so that is what popped this one. But look what happened afterwards. And then they did the reverse split, a 1 for 15. That reverse split was planned before all this happened. And then they did a financing yesterday. And so, the news, if you will, is that, the activist shareholder, I don't know what his name, Freeman, I think his name is trying to seek to overturn this financing. So, there you go. I mean, whether that happens or not, but it is above yesterday's high, yes, 338. Boy, I should have flipped the script and just gone long VFC. Interesting. It sort of has moved with the market. These green candles here kind of moved with the market a little bit. Okay, so to use the simulator, again, my chart loading is probably going to slow down, but that's okay. I'll demonstrate how you use the simulator. So to load Brokerage Plus, if you click on New from our toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus right at the top here, this is the window that you'll see. You may have different columns, but the gist is the same. And it'll say not connected. Now, a couple of things. This is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. The racing is not quite ready for our web-based version, but I'm almost, well, I shouldn't say this, but certainly by the test drive, I would think it's going to be available. The reason being is that you notice I have a selection, use browser interface. I'm on a development version. That's why I have this. So the web-based version, of course, is browser-based. And that's why if you're using our races right now, that's why your races still look kind of little herky-jerky action when a stock is moving up and down, where this is a lot more smooth. Okay. Now, so to use it, the simulator, you just click on not connect or click on Brokerage Plus, and this is the window that you'll see. And then click on the sim. You have two choices underneath the Brokerage Plus. One says live. Okay, I guess I better talk a little bit about the live version. Okay, so I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your account. Okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means this feature is not available to you. Please don't ask me about other brokerage platforms. It's not that we don't want them, but there's a difficulty with APIs, etc. So, you know, so I mean, we get the question mainly is about TD Ameritrade. Okay, but so don't ask. I have no idea when or if. But right now it's Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. So load the window. It'll say not connected. Click on SIM. When you click on SIM, it'll change to account. Click on account, and then simulated trading default will pop up. Okay. Now you're in our simulator. Now what I'm doing is I want to see now some of these stocks that I have clicked on before, so they're in the cache. That's why you see I click on LILM and it took I don't know 3 or 4 seconds to load, and that's because I'm in the simulator. So how to use it? Well, of course, you can manually take a trade. When you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You click how many shares you want to trade. You know, if the spread is okay, there's the bid and ask. You can go in at the market, click the buy button, and then send it. Then you're in the trade. Another way that we're trying to make it easy for you is on this buy button. Now, if your buy button on your chart is grayed out, you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. So you can go to the home page and either download the production. I would download the beta version. It's fine. Then that buy button will not be grayed out because when you click on the buy button, crosshairs will appear, and then you can drop the crosshairs wherever you want to take the trade. You know, if you wanted to take it on a pullback, you drop it below the price. If you wanted to take it, if it broke a certain level above, you drop it there, or you could drop it on the price and it'll take the trade. Okay. So let's just say I wanted to take this trade, but only on a pullback to say 220. So I'll drop it and I left click and it will release the crosshairs and a blue line will appear on the chart. And then it puts a stop at the low of the day, you know. So this is why I'm not saying this is a strategy. This is just a quick way in order to take a trade. And you can always take that stop and move it higher, okay, or move it wherever you want. What it does is if LILM gets down to whatever that price was, 219, it'll take $5,000 worth of stock at that price. Okay, so that is just a quick way rather than you know going through a lot of explanation. Well, how do I create my buy button? How do I get it ungrayed? What strategy do I apply to it, etc. So we thought we'd just create a very quick way in which you could use it. And now of course once you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can create your own what we'll call strategy using the buy button. Maybe it's not $5,000. Maybe it's maybe you have a stop loss. Maybe you're going to risk $100 a trade. There are all sorts of different ways in which you can do it. But we just wanted to make it super simple, especially if you're just starting out. Do you use Think or Swim from E-Trade? I'm going to say no. If you're asking me, I use Interactive Brokers, but Thinkorswim, you can, I mean, we connect. We have something called an external linking tool, okay? So we actually connect with many brokers, including Thinkorswim. But what that connection means is this. If you're like me clicking on symbols all day long, okay, instead of having to type the symbol into my order entry, I can establish a link. So when I click on the symbol, it automatically goes into the order entry of your brokerage platform. And then, from within your platform, you can trade it. So it's basically what it is. It's a big time saver. Okay. And I can tell right now that my system is starting to slow down. So I'm going to do the disconnect. I think I can keep it on the account. And it's still okay, but All right, guys, what time is it? 11:07. So in about an hour, less than an hour, I'll be taking my break and should be Steve in our YouTube room. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, if I had a series of trades in this simulator, I would just highlight the trade and then I can click flatten. We have very limited hotkeys, but flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your trade, or you could double your position. Of course, I could go right into the order into the box with the share box and pick how many shares I want to trade out and the price I want to get out at. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, EVTL, electric vehicle play, EVTL. But another one that, what did it get up to? 822, pulled right back down to 769. So again, if that's your style of trading, waiting for pullbacks to certain moving averages, then that's how you can use this. So because EVTL is sort of winning a race right now, barely. I mean, it's 0.82%, nothing fabulous. Ah, thanks for showing up, Sheriff. Nothing fabulous, but when you click on it, now the other thing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on the symbol. You start to see something moving up, just click on it, see what's happening. Okay. So here again, an example, EVTL. Maybe if you're more of a pullback player, you might look at this and go, okay, maybe if it takes out the high of that previous 15-minute candle, if that meets your trading plan, you can take the trade. But here's what I do. Practice it. You don't know what your trading plan is until you're going to practice. And how you practice? Use our simulator. All right, so the market's putting in actually not a bad little bounce. 1, 2, 3, fourth hour or fourth hour, 1 hour. Let's take a look at this porch, PRCH. So what room does it have? Yeah, so remember, I was just demonstrating how to take a trade. This was yesterday, just demonstrating, probably use that buy. Yeah, I used that buy button. I think it pulled back to a certain level. It took the trade. Or it may have happened today, because I left it in overnight and it may have taken that trade today. Let's just take a look at the order or executions. Yeah, it took the trade today. So what happened is I put that order in to take the trade. I left it in overnight and it took the trade. And again, you can practice. Not that I think that swing trading, I don't know how anybody swing trades right now in this market, but if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading if you want. ATXI from Yak. Let's take a look at ATXI. Yeah, so I mean, about the best thing you can say about this, obviously the trend is up. You've got all these bottoming tails. The sellers have been trying like mad. You have some topping tails, but the sellers have been trying to knock it down. But the buyers at this point look like they're in control. Remember now, it's always a battle all day long between the buyers and the sellers. I don't care what stock you're looking at, it's always a battle. Eventually, one side gives up for a while. So right now, the sellers are saying, okay, you can have it for a while. And how long that while is, we don't know. Yeah, well, what Shady is talking about, I know Real alluded to it also. Your win loss percentage isn't as important, as Real said. Allowing your winners to run and your losers having a manageable risk on them. I mean, you could. I mean, it'd be a hard strategy to follow, of course, but you could have 30% winners, 70% losers, and still make money. And those 30% winners really run for you, and you're taking small manageable losses on the 70% that are losing. It's tough though. I mean, psychologically, to do something like that. But so it's nice to probably be at least 50%, but nonetheless, it's not as important. I remember this is quite a while ago. I don't even think it was in this room. I got into a real discussion with somebody saying, well, I'm 100%, and I trade Apple. I'm 100%. Really? Yeah. So what he was doing is he was buying Apple. Let's just say, whatever Apple is now, $150. Doesn't matter what it is. He'd buy it, and then if it moved up 2 cents, he would take profit and say, somehow make money on 2 cents. There's a winner. Well, okay. Our news is gone again. Yeah, we had problems with our news tab yesterday. I checked on it this morning and it was full, but we're having problems again with our news tab. Sorry about that. We're really trying to revamp the whole situation with news, but see, I'm in the simulator, so I'm going to get out of that simulator. All right, so here's one. Okay, the AXLA, big pop pre-market all the way up to 238, was all the way back down to, I mean, 180. These are big percentage drops. Now, what is it doing? So see these topping tails on the 15-minute chart, the 1030 and the 1015. You know what? Maybe just stick an alert there and see if it can get back to that level. All right, use our price alerts. See if it gets to the level, and then can it take out two after that? And it's fairly low float, 21 million in the float. Don't know if it had any specific news. Yeah, it did have some news. Company announced interim data from its phase 2B. Okay, I mean, there is some news. And I'm using Interactive Brokers. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers for all the intraday news. This news feature is not bad for looking at news from previous days when it's not blank. Okay, so all right, so DXC. Okay, that you're talking about the takeover rumors yeah, $45 a share. Okay, that's what you're talking about with the DXC. Now remember now, traders circulating takeover speculation. That could come from anywhere, guys. So take it with a grain of salt. And $45, that would be one heck of a premium to today's price and in this market. So Bloomberg reported last week, okay. Yeah, I mean, hard to believe there could be a takeover at $45, but I guess anything is possible. So what does that mean? When you're looking at this thinking, well, I guess I better take this, $25, $24, take over, even if it's not 45, maybe if it's 35, but it's a rumor. Okay, let's take a look at Infi. Well, guys, I'm not saying the rum's been all over the place today, but it's had a nice, pretty nice run now, 1213 to 1257. All right, ADTX. Now it's got rid of all this stuff so far. You got these topping tails and bottoming tails. ADTX. Again, highly risky, 900,000 or so in the float. So that is super, super low float. The next high looking left looks like it's around 415. After that, 440, 467, 569. Of course, I mean, it had the huge, can't remember exactly what happened. I mean, there's so many of these things that look like this. I don't know if this was I remember if this was a SPAC that turned into this, and then of course all the air was out of the sales of it, and now it just moved way down. But it's been it's been an active trader to say the least, but because of that float. Oh, remember the Ampex, AMPX. Yeah, so this is, no, it is shortable for me. Well, Dak, you've got that 415 to contend with, I guess, and then if that pops through that, then 440. But with a 10-cent stop, so you need 416 for a 2 to 1, 1 for 2. So almost right where it could hit some resistance. 415 is the high, actually. Whoa, look at that drop now. So it opened. Now, what did it close? 2435. 2435 is where it got halted. Then it popped immediately up to 27, came right back down. So it's still above that initial halt price. But sometimes, oh man, sometimes that gets me into one of these halts for zooms. As long as if it's over the halt, that initial halt price, which is 2435. Problem is, I like to see it get closer to that 2435. All right. Well, I don't know. Keep an eye on this EPAC. I guess they had earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction whatsoever. This is EPAC. No reaction. And then the market, a little reaction in the pre-market. And let's see what it could do. I mean, your fantasy level would be, 1969 right to the 200-day moving average, 1962. You have these little areas where it could stall on the way up, but yeah, looks pretty strong though. What's the spread like? 1810, 1812, not bad. So there's an idea. Okay, EPAC, EPAC. Okay, guys, EPAC. I mean, I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. 57 million in the float, so it's not low, not high. but it's just sort of, inching its way up. EPAC inching its way up. The high of the day was 1824, and the 200-day is 1962. Not telling anybody to take this trade, but it definitely has had a decent day. It hasn't had any like massive pullbacks. It may not be super dynamic, but oops, whoa! Look at GME, guys. Look at this drop. It's showing up in real scan. I mean, this hit what, 2770, completely against the market, and then look at this sell-off. I'll be happy when if and when it goes to zero. How about AMC? Is it AMC doing the same thing? Not quite as dramatic. No, I don't, Shady. I don't. Maybe your Q trades I do, but no, I commented on the sober yesterday. You know, yeah, the SNTI is. I mean, it's still because it's got that room. Again, the sellers tried again to knock it down. There's that bottoming tail, but we've got little topping tails. It's just, but because of the room it's got, look at that room over there, 270. I don't know, Teddy, you tell me how the market is. It started off in a horrible fashion. Now it's trying to put a little recovery, but basically wiped out all yesterday's gains. Mott's now, will Mott's bounce from here? I mean, it's tough to though have any confidence something goes up to 515, goes all the way back to 284. Yes, it's putting in a little bit of a bounce. It had some news, but this news did not sustain it. Okay, guys, I'm back. Is a gap down only during pre and post market or any time? Okay, so the definition of a gap, Mookie, is the first print of the day. Okay, so when we talk about a gap down of say 3%, now that's a typical definition. That means the first print of the day was say up or down, whatever that number is. Now, after that, the stock, is going to change all day long. But the strict definition of a gap, up or down, is that first print of the day. So when you're looking at the pre-market filter that I've got, or the pre-market actives up and down, yeah, those are gaps, and of course during the pre-market it's going to change. But once the market opens, so let's just say for argument's sake, a stock closed at $1 yesterday, and it opens the first print at 9:30 is two, so it had a $1 gap, and that's defined. But once a stock starts trading, then we start talking about the change from the open or the change from the close. But the gap is a defined number and a defined percentage. Thank you, Eagle Guy. Yeah, go to my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And Eagle Guy put that in there. Here are my scans right here. Click here. And here are the two races that you see. Other scans also, but I really just concentrate on these two. Especially this one is today. There's hardly anything in the large cap gainers from the open due to the nature of the market. Esperanto Agency, cool name. Yeah, the do you have trade ideas, Esperanto? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is part of trade ideas. Yeah, these races, relatively new feature. I would say 3, 4 months or so. Relatively new feature. Takes our top lists and sort of converts the top list into a race. And so any stock that meets all the top list requirements, and of course you can set up your own top list. See how the list is getting bigger again, a little bit bigger. But so if a stock meets these requirements between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum, and up 2% from the close. So if a stock meets these requirements, any stock that is moving the most, meeting these requirements, the most meeting on a percentage basis, you will see that stock floating to the top. Okay. And I use 4-minute races. I mean, it's user defined. I like 4-minute races. You can use a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race. So the whole idea is that when a race is over, another one will begin. So I like to run 4-minute races. There's no scientific reason for it. I just chose four. Okay. And I've got two races going here. This is a more volatile race. This is a large cap race, but not very many things are meeting the filter requirements. That's why this looks a little bit strange. Normally it'll look like this with stocks moving up and down, but there's just no stocks meeting these requirements, or hardly any, I should say. Well, again, Mookie, you could use the change from the open. Okay, the change from the open on the way down. So I mean, if you literally If you wanted to find a stock that went down $5 from the open, as an example, I'm going to take an alert window, configure, search. Now I'm going to type, I think if I type in open, I might get it immediately. I'll just start typing change. Okay, so change, here are all the different changes that we've got. Where are you? Change from the open, okay? So if you wanted the change from the open to be a minimum of $5 for whatever reason, there it is, or a certain percent. That's why, okay? So that's where the change from the open, if you wanted to do that, and to use that filter on the way down, you'd use -5. I mean, if you wanted to see stocks that moved $5 from the open, you would put -5 in here. Okay. I'm sorry, that I'm in the close. Change from the open. Yeah, right here. -5. Okay. That's in the dollar version. We have the percent version. If you wanted to see stocks that moved, 10% down from the open, you would use the percent version of that. I know somebody mentioned IMVT earlier. This has been actually one of the better ones today, guys. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So this is actually might turn into a short. Why is it one of the better ones? Look at the 15-minute chart and look how relatively stable it is compared to virtually so many other of the 15-minute charts. We had one little red candle here, and that was it. And in fact, that would be called a red bar ignored. You had an uptrend, you had a pause on that uptrend with that red bar, and then the trend continued. That red bar was totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then the next green candle moved above the high of that red candle. So that, technically is a red bar ignored. So that is one of the better charts of the day. On a day that's been very difficult to trade in terms of chop, especially these smaller ones. I know somebody mentioned this one. I just can't remember who it was. And Shady, if it was you, I apologize. You know, so got a lot going on, and sometimes I just miss posts. Okay, is GSUN rearing its head again? Now this can be insanely whippy. Okay, so it's got 8 million in the float. It's a China stock. We've seen this act before. The stock got up to almost $100 on the 19th, and then just 4 days ago, it got almost up to $100. No reason for it. Okay, if you're looking for a reason, there is no reason other than maybe some Reddit group has got a hold of it and said, you know what, guys, let's just all pile into this one right now. And yeah, wonderful on the way up, horrible on the way down. So I love Zach's comments. Micron, MU being pumped by a low level shop. Okay, when is this going to get halted? So the spread, yeah, 40 dollars and 1 cent, 41.50. So making it difficult to trade, number one. That spread won't matter, of course, if it pops another $10, but still, it's the next high looking left is 40, about 50, 49.44. The reason it missed it, Esperanto, is because my minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and you can see it is just now at 245,000. The question in the YouTube room was why was GSUN missed here when it was doing this? And that again is because I had a minimum volume of. So since it hit 200,000 shares, it has probably dropped. So it is not now. If it starts to really move again, well, there it is. See? So that's the reason. That makes sense? There's always a reason, usually, okay? It's always usually because of a filter that is just not met, filter requirement not met. So your next question or somebody else's next question could be, well, why don't you reduce the filter requirements? Instead of 200,000 shares, why don't you make it 100 or 50,000 shares? Could do that. Absolutely, I could do that. The problem with doing that, there's always a trade-off. I will I will see a lot of other stocks that don't necessarily do what GSUN did, okay? And I'll be overwhelmed with too many stocks that are not moving the way I want them to. So there's always going to be a bit of a trade-off. I can drop filter requirements to see any sort of a move possible, but you might get 20 others that you don't want to see, and then it's like looking for a needle in the haystack. Okay. I don't know if it was HKD. I mean, that's had a run like that, I guess. HKD. Can't see the K. There we are. Was that it, Karen? AMV. Oh, AMV. Well, AMV is even worse. Yesterday got up to 200, right? Yeah, 248. And this was an uplisting. I don't know from where it uplisted. If it was a pink sheet stock, hard to believe it was, but anyway. Yeah, listen to what Real is or read what Real is posting, because the easiest way, obviously, to stay in a trade is to have a wider stop, fewer shares, so you're not, anxiously looking at your P&L. You start taking, an example, okay, a $1 stock, and you take 10,000 shares of it. Yeah, it moves down 10 cents. You're at $1,000 just like that. Okay. And that may be hard to take. Maybe that's just too much for your trading account. So what you do is you take way fewer shares, widen your stop. You can stay in the trade longer as it might whip around on you. And then, that $1 stock, if it moves to 150, 160, you're still in the trade. You can hang on. I've used this analogy before. I know William remembers it, but sometimes you can make more money by taking fewer shares. Okay. And why does that sound counterintuitive? Because again, the fewer shares you take, you're not so involved at watching your P&L and agonizing over it, because your stop is too tight. You've got too many shares. You're down more than you want. So if you take fewer shares with a wider stop and it starts to fluctuate on you downward, you can still stay in the trade. And then later on, if it really starts to move, you did not get stopped out, in other words. So you can make more money by taking fewer shares because you're not being stopped out all the time. Now, Shady or somebody else may disagree. They'll say, well, you know what? I'll put tight stops on it and I'll get stopped out many times, but I'll keep trying. And then if it really works, I'm in the trade. And I'm not saying that's not right. As long as you have a stop. Just remember, corny but true. Hope and pray is not a trading strategy. Okay, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes or so. So Steve has a different trading style from me. Well, most of the other guys were more swing traders, but I mean, they're having a tough time, and just like anybody else, to really swing trade. But Steve is somebody who'll talk a lot about the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Oh, it's Andy today. Okay. Okay, forget what I said. Thanks, Steve. So it's Andy today. So I think Andy looks at the 10 SMA too. Okay, so Steve will be tomorrow. Okay. All right, guys. Man, that VF, that was a confounding one to me. I should have, as I say before, I should have flipped the script and gone long on this one. Okay, so the only way I would trade this one, okay, not a recommendation, but the only way I would even look at this one, this G-Sun, is if it got to 40.51, which is the high of the body of that previous 15-minute candle, and see if it has a bit of a run from there. The challenge, of course, is where are you going to put your stop? Okay, where are you going to put your stop? So, if you put your stop at, let's just say for argument's sake, it does take that out, and you put your stop at the low of the current candle. So, you'd have maybe a $2 or $3 stop. So if you want to risk $300 in the trade, you could take 100 shares. Again, this is not a recommendation, but if you're going to, if that is what you would do, then you have to look at it and say, well, okay, if I'm going to risk $3, can I make six? Because you don't want to risk $3 to try to make a dollar. Okay, in terms of risk reward. That's the other way I always trade. Every time I go into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. Well, if I get an alert and I like the chart set up, but then I look left, let's just say I get into alert and it's at $2. And I look and I say, I could put a 10-cent stop because it makes sense on the chart to do that. But then I look above that $2 and there's a lot of resistance at 205, excuse me, 5 cents away. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. Okay. unless I can have what I call a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents. And that reasonable expectation is going to be based on what I see on the daily chart. Where could it go until it hits that next high? If it's at least 20 cents away, then it becomes, something I will consider. ABOS, very close to what? Breaking down or moving higher? Ah, moving higher, right? I guess you're thinking moving higher. So this did get up to what, 10.28 yesterday. Again, this is a playoff. How is Biogen doing today? I should check to see what Biogen is doing. It's hanging in there. I mean, it's not $8, but it's only 3%. So I mean, it's still way, way above the close of 2 days ago. And again, this is the big news, of course, with their Alzheimer drug, and it seemed to have positive results. It's phase 3, so it's a late stage study. Market cheering this on. So we had a bunch of, other stocks that are in the sector that popped because of that. ABOS being one of them. Oh, just stick an alert at 9:58. See if it takes out that high. That would be the high of the day. Post market high yesterday was around 10, and then yesterday's high was 10.23. The PRTA, I think, is still hanging in there. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. I know it was a suggested short from the AI. Did okay, but it is still hanging in there. Again, another Alzheimer play. And Mr. Oppenheimer, target raised to 110 from 100 on that one, Prothena. Well, there's no such thing as the best setting in Scanner, okay, Luke? I mean, we get that question a lot. What's the best? Well, it depends on your trading style. What I use is not necessarily what you want to use. That's why you've got to practice. So, I mean, I use this race, the biggest gainers from the open. I concentrate on this, but that may not be your trading style. In another day, as the market is starting to recover, this may be more your trading style. I'm starting to see more stocks in here. This is pretty volatile. This is less volatile than large cap gainers from the open. Okay. But so there's no such thing as the best. If you're looking for momentum, but even this one is not necessarily all about momentum, because when you click on an alert, you could see stocks that have pulled back. Maybe it pulls back. Maybe you look at this. I mean, I hate using that one as an example, but IMVT, boy, this is what a great one this has been. But you look at IMVT and you might say, well, I want to chase it right now, but maybe if it pulls back to, I don't know, 522, the low of that candle, I want to know about it. So you create a price alert and check to see what's happening. So you see, it's impossible for me. There's no such thing as the best. What I would do though is, give the races. It doesn't have to be my race setup, but a real proper test. And that could be several months, because it really gets you to focus on one scan. Now, before I forget, I better take the YouTube room off mute, or the site off mute, so I can hear Andy when he gets in. So does that make sense, Luke? That's why we have a simulator, you know? You can practice trading in the simulator. Let me just get my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Steve, if you can hear me, I think there is a reason you probably should switch almost permanently. It's because you always have that 1 o'clock Eastern time meeting on what, Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? So maybe that's why maybe you should switch permanently. But Luke, did you hear me? Just want to make sure you heard me. I mean, it may not be the answer you want, but again, there's just no such thing as the best. This one will be very making Steve very happy. There he is.
Hello,
There
Barry.
is. Hello, Andrew.
How are you doing, buddy?
Not bad. When's the last time anybody called you Andrew?
Uh, it seemed like I used to get that a lot more, but yeah, in my youth. But yeah, it's always been Andy.
Well, now that you're a
Much.
professional,
Yeah,
okay,
I like
you
Andrew.
should.
I got no problem
Andrew.
with
I mean,
Andrew.
Andrew sounds way more professional, but I love Andy.
Andy sounds fun, huh? Just
Yeah. By the way, are
yeah.
you in Beat? Are you in Beat along with Steve?
And no, no, no. I totally missed that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a nice one.
But he's your buddy.
It's
How
been a
come you're
nice
not
one.
in
I
the same
did buy
truck as
this.
your buddy?
I did buy this Hipco, but I don't know if it's going to make it or not. But need the volume to kick in. You
Oh
know what I'm
yeah, for
saying?
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
I notice these things they fail so much if the pattern looks good and they just don't have that volume. Mm.
Take a look at guys. I'm in. Okay, just give me a moment here. So, guys, I'm talking to Andy in the YouTube room. I'll be back in the main room in a second. Take a look at IMVT. This is probably the nicest looking chart that I've seen on a 15-minute for the day. Very unchoppy. Most of the other charts were so choppy, but look at IMVT. That is what you really, and I sort of missed it.
INVT.
I am as in
Oh,
mother.
okay. Okay,
IMVT.
gotcha. Oh, wow. What a
Yeah,
move.
what a move. But more importantly, you
Yeah.
can look at the big gain, but look how nice it was. Only one
Oh,
little
yeah.
red candle that paused it.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, and
Not
it's through the
not a lot
200
of
day.
not a lot of volume, but hey, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well,
Price
and the
pays.
spread is, it's only a 3 cent spread on, so that's not terrible. And it's now through the 200-day moving average. So
Oh,
definitely
nice.
one to watch for
Yeah.
tomorrow.
For sure. For
All right, my
sure.
friend, I will
Yeah,
take off now.
take off, man. Have a
Can you
nice
go to
little
one
break.
or do you have to leave
Yep,
early?
nope, all the time, all the way.
Nope. Oh, okay.
All right, buddy.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
Let me share, I guess. Oh, hold on.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, let me make sure we don't leave them hanging.
Hanging high and dry.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm good.
Ooh, what's that? Oh, there we go. Okay. That looks better.
Okay.
Okay,
All
Andy.
right, Barry. Have a good one, buddy.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Hi, traders. Andy, is your bottom fishing and Dawn of the Dead scans the same? I don't know. Do I have one just called bottom fishing? I don't think I do. I can look. No, it's going to be a little bit different because I know Dawn of the Dead is bottom fishing. Do I have one? I don't know if I just have one. If you can think of the name of it, are you talking about Armageddon or? I know you, but I know Dawn of the. Hey, Aja, how you doing? Blue Moon. I know. Hey, George or Jorge. I'm sorry. Uh, well, correct me if I'm wrong, buddy. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right either way. But back to you, Blue Moon. Dawn of the Dead, I know is unique because it has some filter. Oh, you're talking about yes, the revenue growth fishing. No, they're different. They're different. It's kind of going to be the same pattern, but these revenue growth fishing ones are going to have strong revenue growth, at least over 20% revenue growth. Uh, doesn't mean they're going to start going, but I always like when I see the pattern, them kind of putting in a bottom and they show nice revenue growth. I prefer they're making money, that would, it's a little bit scary when there's, got revenue growth, but they're still, losing money. But uh, anyway, that's the difference. This is going to have a filter in it where it has to have at least 20% revenue growth. All right. All right. We got it right then. Yeah. Oh, Texas boy trying to pronounce Jorge. Yeah. That's the name. I would love to have that or something along those lines with good fundamentals. Yeah. It's tough. You could always, what you might want to do is take this revenue growth fishing and you could put a, uh, maybe an EPS filter in there where it has to be like making, at least a penny. You know, I don't know. You're probably not going to get, well, here's one builder, you know, gosh, got a lot of debt though. They got, this cash 166 million, but this builder was a high flyer. Back over here, it's been kind of coming down with the market. This is going to be kind of tied with the housing stocks. Don't look much the same, but there's a good one of a big move yesterday and kind of putting in a inside day today. Maybe one to watch if it can get back above this level tomorrow. But that's what you could do. If you're looking for good fundamentals, I mean, obviously the revenue growth is a good fundamental. They're all going to be over 20% revenue growth, but maybe you can just add an EPS filter to it where it needs to be making at least you can just put the minimum at 0 in that way that shows that they're at least got some earnings per share. Hi Memphis, how are you? It's hard to say. I had a webinar the other day, guys, and I tell you, this is your focus. This is why kind of probably why we rallied is the dollar weakness. This is what happened yesterday when the market started rallying. You had dollar weakness. So that's your bogey, guys. That's what you want to focus on in this market right now. Everything's tied to the dollar. That's the only safe haven. So if the dollar starts selling off, maybe that's a sign people are seeing value in some stocks and pulling their money out of the dollar and putting them into the stock market. So maybe have a little chart, kind of like maybe your spy chart, sit next to it. You can put the UUP just kind of as a barometer because that's what's kind of leading the market around right now. Yes, yes, Esperanto Agency. The pre-market scanners and racing scanners are available in the standard subscription. So that's all you need. No, I don't use a compare count with the dollar. I just I have one with the big cap movers and it has a filter in it where I'm looking for volume. So in other words, I don't want to see stocks just kind of with no volume, anemic volume waffling around. I probably need to correct change my volume in it, but that's all I keep up is kind of a big cap mover of all the stocks because let's face it, some little stocks can get active and all that, but that's not going to be what moves the market around. All right, been tough, boy. What a tough day. I mean, to see that move, yesterday, I caught a few things yesterday, and I'm always scalping out in this market. And some of the stuff I just went ahead and sold because it was a good move. And then we basically gapped down and just gave it all back. And now here we are, slightly. Uh, above, kind of where we opened yesterday. So a whole lot of noise, and a whole lot of nothing. If you're an active trader, there was some opportunity. Personal checklist. Well, you can see a few trades that I have on right now. Netflix was a beauty yesterday. Now I did scalp out of half today, but here's a great example yesterday. What I'd like to see is market opened up yesterday was pretty much flat, but Netflix was gapping up. Okay, some decent volume was coming in, and then you can see my entry at 231 basically. I just love the relative strength compared to the market, and as soon as the market started to, get a little up move, the dollar started selling off once again. I was watching the dollar, and yes, I bought this at 231 yesterday, and it was getting above its taking out the prior day's high and also getting above its uh, 20 period. Okay. It was still far from the 10 period. I don't need it to be above all its moving averages, but I need some sort of, and not only that, look at the daily here. You have a potential, cup and handle pattern developing here. So, as far as big cap stocks, there's none I'm more excited about right now than Netflix. And if we do get like a major bounce in this market, this one has a potential to go to like a 6 month high. Let me get my Epic pen going. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Thank you, Blue Moon. Yeah, I love giving insight. It's always good to hear. I love on Twitter hearing from other good traders. Love hearing from some of you guys' ideas as well. So but here's what you potentially might have is a nice little cup and handle in this Netflix. And then if it does take out this high right here, you are going to have some nice, gap to fill on this Netflix. So it could be a really good mover here in the coming days. If it will follow to the market to an extent, but boy, what relative strength it had today. Uh, let's see. Let me get Peter's question real quick. Can you show me the filter that can be used to show a stock above, below the pre-market by X amount? Okay, let me finish up with this. Just kind of giving a Blue Moon an idea of kind of what I look for. Another one I entered yesterday was this Asan. I liked. Now, what I liked here was the relative strength over these last couple of days heading into the day when the market was selling off. This one was actually up the prior day. Does have a huge short interest of almost 35%. And I just like the way this was setting up. Now, I did scalp out once again. I scalped out half yesterday, still sitting in half of that. Uh, if it takes out this low, I'll be out. I think I may have put it a little bit tighter than that with the action we've seen today. Uh, Run, my man, kind of a spec play. Not in a whole lot, but just kind of like the way it's kind of going sideways here after its IPO. If it could take out, the 1365 level, I think this could have a not really nice move. Sony I bought yesterday because I loved this. Now I bought half size. This is what I'm talking about. This was definitely a different pattern. So when I do that, I buy, small size in that. As a matter of fact, I would probably call it more of like 1/3 size because what I did is I added to my position today. I got an average of 66, just kind of only about 75 cents down in that one right there. But I did like that pattern yesterday of engulfing candle. Of course, the market got a hold of it today. This is one that's going to be, but I really like that engulfing candle yesterday with that nice volume bar. But boy, failed me today, and I do if it goes back to low, since I did add a little bit around 65.20 or something like that. If if no lower than that. So probably 2/3 position right now. And but I do when anytime I add, I'm expecting it to do something in my favor. And if it doesn't, what I'll do, I think I have a stop here. I'll let it put in this low, and I think I have a stop in around 64.40 something or something like that. I'll be done. Okay, Peter, regarding your question, the filter you want to use, I believe, is pre-market range. Uh, Position and pre-market range. And what you would do is, let's say you wanted it. Let me read your question again, make sure I got it right. Filter that would show a stock above or below pre-market by X amount. Okay, so if you're looking for above, let's say you only want to see something uh, 1% above pre-market high, you would put a 1 in the minimum column. Okay. Now, if you if you if you want it like, let's say you wanted at least 10% or 10% in the high end of the range. So let's say a stock had a range of $1 in pre-market. It was trading between 9 and $10, right? And you wanted to see it close to highs, but not not all the way at highs. So what you would do is remember, every range has a range from 0% being the bottom and 100% being the high. So you got the low at 0%, the high at 100%. So in this case, in our scenario, $10 would be 100%. So what you could do is if let's say you only wanted to see it at 990, okay? So what you would do here is put 90% in the max column, okay? And let's say you could actually set an area here too. Let's say you wanted to be at least 20% from the high, so you could put 80. So you put 80 in the minimum and 90% in the max, and that would give you a range just below the high. So yeah, these position and range filters are very powerful. Once you get familiar with them, it just takes practice and using them. They can become, very powerful for you. Uh, but that's how you do it. So if you don't want to see anything, uh, I'm trying to see how. I don't know if you could do it where you could just say you want it 1% below the high. I guess. I guess you could, because it's not going to be 1% of the stock. It's going to be 1% of the pre-market range. So it gets a little bit tricky there. Let's see if there's another one we could use. Now you could use dollars. You could use dollars, Peter. You could be above pre-market low or below pre-market high if you wanted to use dollars. So in this case, you would just put uh, you would add filter and just put below. And let's say you wanted it to be 50 cents, you would just put max 0.50, I believe, and that would make sure it's at least 50 cents. But as far as the percentage go, see, did they have one? No, they don't have a percentage for below, so you'd have to use dollars for that. But you could use that pre-market range. I think is the best. I really do. Uh, all right, let me get caught up here. I run a change from open top list. What's the best amount of minutes to run the race or with a change from the open scanner? Seems like the popular time around for the traders here at Trade Ideas is 2 minutes. I think that's a good one because your races will be a little bit quicker. They're going to start more frequently, so you don't have to sit and watch the same, the winner, for maybe 10 minutes. So 2 minutes, I would say, Memphis is probably It's the most popular around here. Yeah, that's a good little race to run. Oh, that Hipco. I think I got stopped out of that one. I hope I got stopped out of that one. I got to go check. Yes, I did. Thank God. Whew. Got stopped out at 62. Well, yeah, I put tight stops on these little thin ones like this. All right, let me see what else I here. Lester, they're just because I tell people if you can picture a chart in your head, you can pretty much build it with our position and range filters. Um, I'm gonna try to find a good example. My best example of well, here's a good one. Haven't seen a whole lot coming through here, but this Jizz is a good example here. You got so this is potentially a good setup. I mean, right now everything is messy, but for in this example, I want a stock that's strong. It's got to be above its 50 period moving average. It's got to be. I want something in the lower part of its range, 5 day range, and I don't want it doing a bar reversal. So what I did with this pullback above 50 SMA long. Now this works good in a bull market, guys. Okay, we're in a nasty bear market, and it's not. I don't I don't look at it that often right now because things are just not working. This back tested really well in a bull market. It doesn't back test well at all now because there's no follow through. You got sellers. You have more sellers than buyers. Sellers are looking for opportunity. Sell at highs. But let's take a look at the configuration here. Got a lot of filters in this one. All right, so position in 5 day range. Okay. It has to be in the lower half of its 5 day range. Okay. So it's a very simple filter, but it it means a lot. I mean, it can really, have a lot of power. And just because, I could put this wherever I want it, I could put it in the lower, 30% of its 5 day range. It has to be above its 50 period moving average. Okay, position in 20-day range. I got that. In other words, I have these position in previous days range. Here's another one. Okay. Because I have a minimum at 98 cents. Okay. What will happen is when this stock goes and hits highs, it's not going to alert me until it is right at that previous day's range high. So I want to catch these, and this worked to a T. It just didn't follow through. It alerted me right when it took out this high because I had this position in previous days range. Very, very, I use this in a ton of them. Okay. Uh, Position in year range, I can put it in the upper, 70, upper 30%, make sure I have a strong chart. So there's quite a few things. We have a ton of them, these position and range filters. Uh, and boy, if you haven't gotten in there and played around with them and start building, just take a few hours one day, like a Saturday, and just start playing around with these things. It's amazing, what you can create. And the best way to do it is just think of a chart. Think of a chart in your head that you like to see, and then just go in there and start to create this pattern based upon these position and range filters. So you're looking for a stock pulling back, just like in this uh, scan. I'm looking for a stock, pulling back. And so the position in 5 day range, you see, I could put this down at 25. Uh, and to make sure it's in the lower end of that range. And but I can use some other position and range filters to make sure it's a strong chart. It's just pulling back on the 5 day. So I hope that makes sense. Just the best thing to do is just get in there and create them. And I'll let's see. There's pullback. I got this in a top list, and this is actually one that I use for like over doing my research. So in other words, let me pull this one up and show you here. Okay, so this iTub, this one right here is forming. So this hasn't taken out its prior day's high, but what it's doing, it's notifying me that all of my filters are being met. And so this one is much simpler because I don't have to, look for it to be crossing a position in range. So this is the one that actually led to the one I just showed you. And in this one right here, I do have position in 5 day range, the lower 25% of its 5 day range. There you see it on the chart. It's got to be above the 50, but it's pulling back. And here's the kicker, look at this position in range. This is today's range. Okay. So what I do is I put a minimum of 75%. Okay. So this tells me it has to be in the upper portion of today's range. So what it's doing is forming you a nice little bullish pattern. And this is what I use for homework in a bull market. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that right now. I will if I see something really, really sweet, but I'm really careful with these moves because I know a lot of them are not working right now. But anyway, this can give you a really good setup, and I'll share this with you. Uh, because this one is the best one for doing homework. I know a lot of people like this. All right, guys, you guys hang on. I'll get to your questions in just a minute, and then I'll also share you the one where the swing trade as well with the alert. I mean the alert window. They're both swing trade setups, and this is the pullback alert. You're welcome, Lester. All right. Uh, Let me see. Could you use MOTS as an example from today's pre-market starting 8:45 to use position in pre-market trend? Well, what exactly is MOTS? I'm not familiar with that term. Esperanto. I'll let you get back to me on that. I'm not sure what MOTS. If anybody knows what that is, let me know. But I'll wait for him to respond just to make sure he's still around. All right. Diana, what Dionysus? I'm not sure. Is there a way to get an alert on a breakout candle when the candle closes or finishes, instead of a bunch of alerts throughout the development of the breakout candle? Uh, yeah, you know what? You're using our regular new high alert or any one of our like 5 minute highs or anything like that. That's not, yeah, it's not going to be possible. It's just not the way uh, they work. Now we do have one in the, and some of you guys might not do that, but we have one in our, gosh, and I had pulled this up in a long time. Where's she at? Yeah, premium RBI GBI. So uh, in this one right here, we do have a setup where you can come in here and wait. But this is looking at red bar ignored. Yeah, so this is probably not what you're looking for, but we do have it confirmed in there. This is the only. This is kind of on a different scaffolding, and it's a little bit different. But we do have it confirmed. Red bar ignored, where it does look for uh, uh, a confirmation of the candle when it's confirmed. But as far as our regular alerts, yeah, we're not going to be able to do anything as far as that goes, because we, yeah, everything's built on real time data, coming through. So are we able to do that in the Market Explorer too? Do No, there's no configuration in the Market Explorer. Okay. Uh, for now, maybe in the future as we get more and more innovative with that, they'll be a little bit able to configure some of that stuff. But for right now, these are just kind of patterns that we've created. Uh, yeah, that's the problem with, especially with momentum. Dionysus is I've tried really hard. I don't know it's going to make any difference. I've worked so hard on trying to build a back test strategies for momentum. It's just so hard because you get so many head fakes, and it's just difficult to do. But yeah, I'm sorry. You can make a feature request, but that's something, it sounds like to me it would be a whole new makeover of our system to try to do something like that. But you could, it won't hurt to make a feature request. But uh, I'm trying to see if there's a workaround. You can, yeah, I can't think of a workaround that would help you. You know, because I know we have the count where it has to do so many highs, but that's based on the whole intraday action and not just to one candle. But all right, let's check out and see what the market is doing. Market's really weak. My only problem with loading up to the bearish side right now is it just feels like we're going to go much lower. Is it being end of quarter? And I know a lot of funds and money managers will try to prop this market up, give it a little rally here maybe in the last couple of days. But boy, yeah, going into October, yeah, we're not looking good at all. Okay, let's see. I just had to scroll down because I was answering the question. Okay, it's just a stock that rallied this morning, but you answered my question for you. Okay, great. Okay. Too many very, yes. Oh, Watts is a stock. Okay. Oh, yeah. Tell you what, that strategy, any of these gap ups over the last several, actually, probably all year, if you would have faded them, well, you did really well. this market. Yeah, I'm not probably Dionysus. I'm not the one to ask for that. You can send, like I said, send a feature request, and we'll definitely get back to you on something like that. But uh, yeah, I don't. I'm not a developer, so I don't know the answer to that one. Perfect Circle, how you doing, buddy? TGIT. Let's take a look. Oh, thanks God it's Thursday. Okay, I thought you were giving me a stock to look at. You know what? Yeah, it is. It's Friday for me because I'm heading to the Traders for a Cause event in Las Vegas. Getting on a flight tomorrow morning, so looking forward to that. Gonna see a lot of old traders I know. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, a lot of bulls wish it was Friday too. Should close this market down. You're welcome, Donis. No problem. Yeah, I wish I could give you more information, but yeah, uh, I'm just an old grizzled out trader. Don't get me talking coding and dev stuff. CMT, or I'm not a CMT. No, no, I'm not. I am no, just a long long time trader. 25 years. All right, I got to check the account real quick. Make sure nothing's getting away from me. Yeah, about where I left it. Oh, I guess I can get out of this one because I'm not in that one anymore. I was saying to myself yesterday at the close that Apple was a really good short right here at the 5 day. Excuse me, let me get me some water. I mean, that was a rally yesterday. It had nothing to do with Apple. Apple kind of a lot of time will kind of guide the market around, but yesterday was just a kind of a dollar move, short covering rally, whatever you want to call it, and then of course Apple today, you can see gap down and was ugly. I mean, basically after saying they're cutting back, their iPhone production. As far as the chart goes, it's really, I mean, you're about to come to a level of support. You can watch here, but that's really only one little level. But yeah, it's one of the strongest. Well, not right now. It was pretty much, holding up, but now it's rolling over with the rest of them. Yeah, that's a potential area of support. Below that, it really gets bad. I can a lot of times what I'll do is go to the weekly when it gets starts looking like this, and maybe see if you can find a trend or a moving average on the weekly. But yeah, just not really seeing a whole lot of support. Kind of a pivot level right here. I mean, you got these areas over here where it held and bounced after a few wicks on the weekly. Got an area right there. So potential, nothing major, but kind of a pivot level here at the 142 level. But yeah, not enough for me to dive in. Plus, right after that news yesterday, I would probably give it a few days and see what it looks like. But nothing. Yeah, AMD. That's been a ugly one lately as well. The semis. Yeah, that's way worse looking. And yeah, I'm going all the way back on my daily, which is 2 years, and it's below that line. You got to be careful in a bear market, guys. When a tendency a lot of times is to look at where it was back maybe last year and say, "Wow, this thing has fallen off 80%. It's got to be a good buy here." Don't make that mistake because they can go a much lower. I've seen it. I saw it in 2000, 2001. Saw it in '08 and '09. And once again, I've been saying this pretty much all year, and I'll continue to say it. If we look at the spies and we put up the weekly and to see kind of where we are now, you can see we have the 200-day on the weekly, which is basically its last line of defense as far as moving averages go. It's well below its 50, 10, 20 period moving average. 200 is obviously a key moving average on any daily, weekly, monthly chart. So if it does get there, we'll have to see how it acts. But really seeing the grand scheme of things, guys, put up a monthly, okay, and see where we have come over the last 10 years. So uh, I hate to say it, but move to 300 would not surprise me at all. Spies. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen unless we have a crash in October, but in the grand scheme of things and looking at what we're dealing with as far as inflation and rising rates, yeah, it could be this could be a brutal, long, drawn out recession slash bear market. All right, let's take a look at the big cap winners, see if there's any. Apple's is not doing well, but this Apple's is looking pretty strong there. Pharmaceutical, Apellis. I'm on a monthly there. So you can see what it's dealing with on this monthly. That's a strong stock there. Let's take a look at the daily. Nice move. Relative strength. Okay. Look, when the market was selling off, look what this stock is doing. You find charts like that. I'm not sure how I missed that on my I think I may have had it in yesterday's. Yeah. Should have seen that in my homework. I'm not sure why I didn't. I have to take a look at that. Could be a filter or something. Hmm. But yeah, what a beauty. Of course, that drive down this morning wasn't any fun. Probably got a lot of people out on that move and nice little reversal there. All right, let me see, catch up, make sure I didn't. Yeah, perfect circle. That's true. Yeah, I am going to be gone tomorrow. It's a travel day for me. I'm going to Vegas for the Traders for a Cause event, and so I switched with Steve. Gave him a break today, and so Steve's going to be doing it tomorrow on Friday for me. Oxy having a pretty good day. Take a look at sectors. Yeah, oil is probably the only thing. What's the dollar doing? Oh, did he really? Okay. Well, yesterday. Okay. Well, that explains it. Yeah, at least he's going to be getting a little dividend. Not much of one, but all right, guys. I got to get my boarding pass here in a minute, so you got to bear with me. Uh, Just bear with me for a few minutes while I make sure I load it and get ready to flying Southwest. You know, you got to do your boarding pass 24 hours in advance. All right, let me pull up. Okay, there's the confirmation. And check in. Confirmation number in there. All right. So let me put another alarm here for 11:50 to go off. All right. I got everything set up so I can just pull it up and push the button. Oh man, you're welcome. Thank you, Michael. Mike C. Yeah, Oxy, it is. It just popped above its 10 period. So, it does have a nice little trend there. You can draw, I'm not going to draw it, but you can see the trend line. It dipped a little bit below it right here, but we'll see what happens. Uh, yeah, it's definitely has some headwinds. Filled the gap, kept going today. That got the 20 period moving average right here. We'll see. Regardless of Berkshire Hathaway, I mean, if the market continues to roll over, and especially if oil gets hit as well, yeah, it will reverse again. Uh, he can only carry it so far, and plus, most people know that he's in it for the long haul and not just looking for a 5-day scalp like I would be doing. Yeah, follow the big whale. They can be good a lot of times for a nice little pop, but you can see there, it's also getting the movement in oil as well. And that's because, once again, the dollar is weak the last couple of days. That's what you're seeing. That I can guarantee you this. If this dollar digs in here, maybe it comes down and starts to pop. More than likely, oil is going to roll back over along with the uh, Oxy. Oxy. I'm kind of surprised, that the market is with the weakness in oil today. It's rather weak. All right, let me get that page back up and get ready to hit that button. Um, oh, don't tell me it's too early. I hate when you do that when your clock's not on mine. Oh, I am an hour early. It's at 12:50. I thought it was 11:50. Okay. All right. We'll try again later. No, no. No, I pretty much only fly Southwest. All right. Let's take a look at the markets. Spies just slopping around here, and Q's pretty much the same pattern. It did trigger my little alert that I set this morning, so trying to hold on to this line. Uh, IWM, pretty much, actually a little bit stronger in there than IWM, not much. Yes, Peter. Yes, I realize that, but my flight is giving me my local time as far as my flight goes, and I thought it was 11:50. It's 12:50, but oh well. That gives me, just have to reset my alarm to do it in the next hour. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Some good speakers. Like I said, a lot of uh, good friends. A lot of Center Point people will be there. I used to trade at Center Point. By the way, we're going to have a really good webinar next Wednesday. You guys look for that in your email. Be talking with it's going to be me and Mike Rollins, which is he's one of the co-founders of Centerpoint, partner and ex trader. He's going to be talking about short selling. A lot of short sellers over at Centerpoint, and as a matter of fact, they are some of the best traders have ever seen. These guys are uh, monsters. They the majority of them, do nothing but shorting. They got an incredible short book. They can get you anything you want. That's comes in really handy. But how many times have you wanted to see this beautiful chart and like, oh man, I want to short this, and you go to your broker, not available, not available. But they can get it. I don't know what they do, but they can get pretty much anything. Look at hip go bounce right up where I got out. That's nasty, man. I don't need stocks like that. Yes, you know what? More than likely, yeah, I would say a bunch of them are in it. And these guys will they don't like look for just a intraday move, a 1 day move, or a 2 day move. Well, I guess it depends on stop. Like a great example is this. What is it? HKD? Was that the one? I can guarantee you now, and this is what will happen. They will get run over some, but what happens when they hit it, like something like this, a lot of people would just go in and scalp it. And, oh man, nice trade. I got my money. These guys will just keep adding because they know the final outcome of these stocks. And what they'll do is they will pound it, and they may, you know, take a lot of paper cuts, which is could be very expensive to them. And but when they do hit it, they will just keep pounding, pounding. They'll be shorting it down here, and they ride that thing all the way, down to back where it came from. And they're brutal. They're really, really, really good. INSW. It's not bad. That's a nice looking chart. Yeah. Having trouble, going anywhere. I mean, I don't know if anything's going to happen today, but yeah, that's not a bad looking chart. Barry, I hear you.
You do hear me, all
I
right.
do. Yeah.
Couple of things, Andy. I know you're in Texas, so we were flying to Texas, either Houston or Dallas on Saturday. So what are the conditions? Right, I know you don't have a hurricane down there, but what about flight delays and all that? I
No,
know you're
no,
flying
man. No,
Southwest.
it's we're finally starting to cool off, and it's just bright sunny days lately, man. Yeah, when are you flying?
We're flying on Saturday to, I can't remember, it's either Dallas or Houston on our way to Argentina.
Oh, okay. No, no, you shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't have any problem at all.
Okay,
No,
good.
no. It
Number that's number that's number
let's
one. Number two, you said you used to work at or you used to have Centerpoint.
uh-huh.
Why don't you still have Centerpoint? And also you made a comment. You don't know how they get their shorts. How do you think they get their shorts? I mean,
Uh
some of them they got to pay a huge premium to get them.
yes.
But how do you think they get
I
their
don't know.
shorts?
Well, I know Scott. Scott was one of the guys that he saw my article way back in the day in New York Times and just called me up, man, and man wanted me to come trade there. He lived like just only 15 minutes away from me. We met and yeah, he was telling me guess they have these really good connections. They where they're able to get. You're right. You do pay for them, but on a lot of these stocks where you've seen them, you've seen them,
Oh
Barry. You
yeah.
just know they're about to crater, and you look and
Yeah.
as soon as you go check, it's not going to be available. I'm
Yeah, and you're right. Even if they have to pay a hefty premium, if a stock's going to move 10, 20, 30, $100, it doesn't
Yes,
matter.
exactly,
You
exactly,
know, it
and
really doesn't matter.
yeah. So it's worth looking into because yeah, I was amazed. I didn't do a whole lot of short selling, but anytime I did, they got it for me. The reason I'm not there, Barry, is because I don't trade actively anymore. It's swing trading, so it's just easy
Right.
for me
Okay.
have my Schwab. I have a Merrill Lynch account. It's just free. I go in there. I don't really need to pay for for trades.
Yeah.
A penny's not
Gotcha.
going to make any difference to me because I'm looking for longer term moves. Now, if trust me, if I ever did get back into more active trading, which I doubt I will, but they'd be the first person I'd hook up with. And not only that, they have their service is just incredible. I mean, if you have an issue, you I would call, boom, right to them every time, and that's that's
Interesting.
that's comforting. Yeah, it
Yeah.
really is.
Can't say
But
that about most brokerage companies. I've been
no,
very, very
no,
fortunate with IB. I've had IB for 6 years now. I only had to phone them once in my first week just to get something checked out, and I haven't had to contact them at all because I keep hearing oh IB's this and that. Just hasn't been an issue for me.
no.
So I've been lucky.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If it had, yeah, that's uh,
Take
that's
a look at
fine.
IC, Andy. Look at IC, ISEE. Look at this thing ripping now. Coming off 1550 all the way up to
Dang!
17 and just
Wow.
ripping. Had all sorts of news about 3 weeks ago, and that's what propped it up to that 20
Yeah,
level, but it is just
yeah.
ripping
It
now.
sure is,
Wow.
man. Strong.
Man, oh man, is right. And then there's one that just was halted, and SHFS was halted. It came out of its halt. Don't know anything about this company. It looks like it's just
Hmm.
starting to trade today. Maybe it was a SPAC that turned
Hmm.
into this today. But I know it's not your style, but but it's just
No, like I said, I give it a shot every now and then, for a day trade. As a matter of fact, I scalped MindMed today.
oh my gosh,
Let's see what
okay.
it's doing. And yep, I got out in my last, it wasn't much of a move, but still a nice
Hmm.
little, you know,
Yeah.
30-cent move, 40, 35 cent. I'm out now, but uh yeah, I was telling them, yeah, to be sure to come if you want to know a lot more about Centerpoint and the deal that the partnership that we have. Be sure to come in that meeting because they're going to pay for your trade ideas, and not only that, you get a great broker, and he's also going to talk about why free, isn't free. A lot of times
Exactly.
you're trading through these
Exactly.
brokers, and they are internalizing your orders, and they are
Hmm.
um, getting paid for order flow and stuff like that, and then yeah, they have just tons of routes. But anyway, we'll talk about
Cover
that.
all that.
Yeah.
What is the minimum now? Is it 25,000?
Well, they brought
I used to hear
yeah.
50.
They brought it down. They brought it down to 30. They brought it down to
30,
30,
okay.
which is smart because if
Yep.
somebody puts in 25, as soon as they go below it, they got to stop trading, if they're active trading.
Right.
So yeah, they brought it down for 30 for our group, and plus they're doing like a 6 month half commissions and half uh on locates. So when you do get a locate for a short or something like that, it's only half the cost. But
Okay.
uh Barry, you may have to open up a little account and give it a shot.
Well, I don't know if they're available in Canada.
Yeah, good point. I can ask.
Good
I can
point. I
ask. But
don't
you know
think they
what?
are.
You know what? It might not be a bad idea if they are uh to just have one open for when you do want a short,
Yeah, no, no,
Yeah.
for sure, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
It hasn't driven me crazy, every now and
Right.
then when I want to short and I don't, and they're not there. I mean, because even in HKD, I mean, I heard you talking about, they'll go
Hmm.
in big but they can take some pretty hefty losses on the
Yes.
way to maybe making huge
Yes.
amount of monies.
Right.
I'm not 100% sure
No
based on what I'm doing. I don't have
time.
100% concentration on all my trades
No.
all the time.
No.
So,
Absolutely.
I don't know if I would do that.
No, no, no. I don't know if you want to totally go to the dark side, but
Well, I don't
you're
mind
good.
shorting. I don't
No,
mind
no,
shorting at
I
all.
know. I
But
know.
but some of these hairier ones, I am not
Mhm.
100%.
Mhm.
I would be into that. So,
Oh, yeah.
but anyway, my friend,
Yep.
you can take off
I
now if you
saw one
want.
of the I've s just I'll leave on this, yeah, one of the
Sure.
guys, and I can't remember the stock it was, but yeah, it was one of those painful moves that just he kept trying. He got down $750,000.
Ooh,
And then yeah,
jeez.
but then the next day, boom, he hit it, he was up he probably that day he was up 2,000,000 in it.
Right.
He probably rolled it lower, but that's the way some of these guys are. They're just yeah, they're uh, and you're not going to find them on Twitter or social media. They just quietly,
You
slay
mean
the
they're not going
market.
to promote a stock on Twitter?
No,
Wink,
no.
wink. Enough said.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Have a good one, man,
Yeah, we'll
Barry. And
probably see you in the marketing meeting.
yeah, that's right. That's right. We got one coming up.
That's right.
All right,
That's right.
buddy. See
Okay.
you later. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye. All right. Both rooms now. And let's see, CVNA. Now, why did I have? Ah, that's why I have this. Now, I don't have any more of it left, but I was thinking of maybe getting back in it if it took out the low of the day. So there's CVNA. I was talking to Andy in our YouTube room, and let me get rid of the announcement. And look at IC. My goodness, what a run for IC. Let's see if it's still moving higher. So it finally, wow, finally capitulated somewhat. This is shortable. I'm sure that Zach and William. I don't know if William's in the room. I think he had to take off early. But yeah, the IC is on his topping tail scan, and let's see what it could get to. Wow, I mean, the next high looking left is 1785. So I mean, there is room. There still is some room for this IC to move. It may have petered out by now, but and the other one I know that you were looking at was the IMVT. Still looks pretty strong. If I look left again, the next high, I think it was 608, 602. Yeah, 602 was the next high. So, and it got there, I believe. Got up to actually got up to 605, 602. Yeah. So if it takes this out again, it could still have a run in it because when you look left, the next high is 641. So, I mean, there would be a little bit of room left. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Real. AMP's got virtually right back to its financing price. Whoops, AMPS got right back up to its financing price. I think within a nickel. What did it get to? 11.45, 11.48. So it got within 2 cents of that 11.50 mark, and that just stopped it in its tracks. And now it's on the way down again. So they did a financing at 11.50. That's what caused the big drop. And the market's been on a bit of a roller coaster ever since we had that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about an hour and a half up. But now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 down. So a bit of a roller coaster. This SNT, so this is a classic one, guys. Maybe the SNTI. Maybe later on, it's pulled back. It's still trying to hold that two level. If it gets some volume, I mean, look at the volume. It is completely, well, it's not non-existent. It's just in relation to the previous 15-minute candles, it looks non-existent. I mean, it's still 175,000 shares on this candle. Nothing to sneeze at. 57 million have traded, 33 in the float. By the end of the day, it'll probably easily trade the float two times. But just keep an eye on it. And if it ever gets the volume back and it pops through some of these levels, it could excite traders again. And it does have that room looking left up to 270. This one, SCPH, got a little bit of room, 647, next high looking left, a little bit of room from 615, a little bit choppy though, like most of the charts. That is what was so impressive about the IMVT chart. Even now, okay, I mean, there's a red bar there and a little one there, and nothing really to speak of there. But Ace has been really solid almost all the way from 460 to 6. And again, it still has some room to that 643 mark. Then I would think it would really stall. Okay, guys, again, highly risky, but look at the PEP-G now. The PEP-G, it is trying to get through 10. The high of the day was 1049. Still down for the day. Trend is, modestly up, sort of holding that 8 EMA and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. All right, watching the Carvana right here, the CVNA, see if it has another leg down. I think I said that it has room to, was it 19 something? Yeah, to about the 20 level. 2057 is the next low looking left, okay, 2057. And if it could get through that, then you're looking at about the 20 level as the next low. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. That's just what I'm looking at. Ooh, ECC guys, it's just hitting here. Eagle Point Credit. See, look how ugly this one is. It's very typical of, these little ones and the action you're getting. Look at this HBCL, how ugly it is. Big tops, big bottoms, up and down. You're going to get stopped out many times depending on where you put your stop. Pep G guys, Pep G. What's the spread like? 10, 11, 10, 18. Not terrible. Well, there's the high of the day, 1047 for Pep G. Okay, guys, this IMVT is just kind of flirting with that 6 level. Now, this is shortable for me too, so lots of shorts available, actually, over 1 million shares available, so there's plenty of shorts available. And I'm only saying that just in case, this finally gives it up. I mean, I don't see the specific news on it. I'm just looking. I see our news came back. I know it's frustrating for some of you, but they're all working on it. Now, remember I was talking about this EPAC earlier. No, again, just didn't do anything. All right, guys, I see. Looks like, let's see, where could it go to? 72, fantasy area 1633. Two topping tails here. All right, guys, I see. Looks like it has a little bit of capitulation in it. 1634 would be an area maybe that it could hold. I'm just looking to see. I don't see any news on it. They're going to be providing top line results when? On the 30th. So that's tomorrow. So I guess in advance of that, markets may be thinking they're going to present some good top line results. I guess that's the reason for this move. Boy, this ECC, I did not take this, but look at this ECC. Oh, I didn't even know it's showing up. Yeah, it's showing up in your bouncers too, Zach. I didn't know that. I was looking at Reels short scan. All right, guys. Well, this IMVT is just kind of sticking at 6 right now. Well, there it goes, guys. A little pop here for IMVT. I'm continuing to watch this ISEE to see if it keeps struggling to get through 17. All right, guys, I'm just continuing to watch this IC just to see if well, there was a very parabolic move, of course, it made. Just wanted to see if it's going to get rejected in a big way at 17. All right, guys. Well, it looks like IC is still pretty strong. Just watching it at 17. And it did get up to 1736, so let's just see. That looks too strong. Yeah, IMVT, so you're getting close to that high now. IMVT getting closer and closer to that 641, about 30 cents away. All right, might have to flip the script for the IC. I was biased, short bias, but I don't know. I mean, it's got room to 1737, maybe a little bit of a scalp action. I mean, the next high other than today is 17, what is it, 1781. All right, let's see how well this IMVT can hold that 6. and maybe take a run at that 641, 650 level. So any no over the VWAP, no 200 day to worry about. I think this is the best chart of the day on the long side. I really do. This IMVT. Just a couple of little, I mean, little bit of action right around here, around that six level. But other than that, it has been, compared to so many of the other charts that had wild fluctuations, this has been just about one of the best charts of the day, the IMVT. I guess it's just based on the fact they're going to present something tomorrow at this conference. No, I'm sorry, that is IC. I don't know why IMVT is going up. 664? 664? Oh, I see. As to shoot for. Okay. I think I saw that. In fact, I wasn't sure if that was a typo that you meant 564 to get into it, but the volume is still kicking in. I mean, that's the look. I mean, look at the volume kicking in for the IMVT. You got your protractor out there, PJ, to measure that angle. Yeah, it definitely was a flip scripter. I mean, I was really biased on the short side, but this IC is really strong. Like the like kind of like the IVNT. I know I see Zach Dak is shorted right now. You know, at some point it's going to be a short. I think this is just a case, well, maybe even with the IC, but a case in which traders are just looking for something to take that is been reasonably good in this market. because they've been certainly few and far between. Well, the volume is, I mean, look at the volume. I mean, the volume that's the big thing about this IMVT, guys. The volume is as big as the volume bar of the day. All right, guys, let's see, what time is it now? So there is a marketing meeting in about half an hour for me, 2 o'clock. So there's even beat, after it got kind of beaten down a little bit to 470, but it is popping again. Another one where, all you had to do was, click on these. I mean, I can't do it for you. Just click on these as you see them and set some price alerts. And if it gets to a level that you are interested in, or put the price alert at a level you are interested in and see if it happens. FUV, I did see that halt and resume. Yeah, I mean, boy, remember when this one was along with the other EVs were just going crazy? Those days, those days when this was a $36 stock in the month of, so February of last year, 41 now. Wow. All right, guys. Again, I always hate bringing this one up, but PepG, I mean, it is one of those ones. So it got up to what? It got up to 1028. It pulled back down to 988, and it now it's trying it again. Maybe that's going to be a red bar ignored. It won't be classic red bar ignored, but hmm. All right. Now, what did I have to keep reminding myself where I said the next high looking left was 706. there was, oh, that's on the monthly chart. Let me get back to my daily chart. So it's right there, guys. 644, that is 641, and that is 659. So I know Real was talking about the 660 level, I think, or 656, something like that. So it's right in this area. All right, well, don't forget about the SNTI, just in case. I was talking about this one a little bit earlier, just in case that it needs the volume. Look at the difference SNTI, look at the volume, how it's just completely tapered off, and look at the IMVT. I mean, you want to print a couple of charts out on a 15-minute chart, look at the difference. I mean, this is what's sustaining this, of course. This was moving up in fairly low volume at the beginning, but all of a sudden, right there, which is that volume bar, which is that candle right there. But it was already moving up pretty nicely. But look at the volume, and then look at SNTI. I mean, look how the volume is just completely tapered off. So you need, imagine if we got a volume bar like that, the 1045 volume bar, and got something like that now or starting now, this thing would really take off. But so that's why I don't anticipate. I mean, unless I get volume, I'm not in this. Just can't take it. It's difficult to play tops, guys. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Denver, but it is difficult. I mean, you can be wrong a few times before you're right. I mean, I would never be shorting this IMVT because of the volume. The volume is still so strong. Until the volume just falls apart. What time is it right now? So, I mean, this still has this candle, this volume bar still has 8 minutes. Listen, it may stop anytime. I get it. But and it's getting closer to reals. Must be a fib projection. I think it was 656. So I mean, but look at the volume. I truly believe it was just traders looking for any sort of action today and something that had some kind of sustainable action as opposed to the gyrations. I don't even know what do they do? IMVT. I mean, it's bio, but beautiful stage. Okay, so it's about, but again, no news. In fact, here's the news. I mean, Chart and Capital cuts them from 12 to 12 from 14. That's the only news I see. 12 is still good. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. What's the next high looking left for IC? 1783. I mean, there's still room for this thing to keep moving if it wants to. 1783 is the next high for IC. High of the day is 1740. Look at Peloton. Okay, you're making me look perfect. Ugly. Still not an all-time low yet. I don't know where that all-time low is. Yeah, I have no idea where that all-time low is. Probably some, doesn't really matter. That's not going to sustain it. Wow. Well, they did come up with some news today. I know Zach mentioned it this morning in the pre-market. Peloton to sell products at Dick's Sporting Goods. Well, I guess that doesn't help or hasn't helped. Maybe that's looking as a desperation move or something. Yeah, you're right, Kishore. PRTA making another move. So it's above yesterday's high of 59.17, challenging that 60 level, got right to 60.38. Yeah, the ATXI, I mean, it's highly risky. Okay. I mean, with that float, 755,000 shares in the float, but it is now above yesterday's high, and the high of a few days ago was 825. So it's almost there, but highly risky. The best thing that could happen here, if it could just rest a little bit over 8 and have a decent spread, 2 or 3 cent spread. But you see right now it's 814, 817, 825, 817, 830. But I mean, the spread won't matter if it moves higher, of course, but we don't know that. But you can see it won 7 races today. Choppy like anything at the beginning. Two highs right at 834. So, okay. I'll bite. I'll put an alert at 834 and see if it takes it out later. Aloha. Are you in Hawaii? I know I'm pronouncing it Hawaii or Hawaii. James is in our YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm just kind of concentrating on this one to see if it tears through that 834 with a decent spread. And then who knows, maybe it'll try to attack that $11 level a couple of days ago. And if it does, I'm not saying it's going to get there. So this is a classic case, in my opinion, anyway. Taking fewer shares can make you more money because it depends where you're going to put your stop on something as whippy as this. And the thing is that, this could, because of that float, 750,000 in the float, they said go one way or the other in a huge way. Yeah, Zach, you might get your, what is it, 588 or so? What was the VWAP for this one? Six. Six. So you're at the VWAP. So will the VWAP hold it? Rhetorical question, of course. So this is what we're looking for. I mean, there was a big volume burst right here for it, for ATXI. That was the 115 candle. This is the 130. No, that can't be right. 130 candle, and this is the 145 candle. So we had a lot of volume come in. That's what caused this big pop here. The volume is still good. So that's why I don't think we've seen like a huge sell-off yet. And again, I'm always talking about in relation to previous candles. It's not the absolute volume amount. It's just looking, just eyeballing it. All right, guys. So in about 8 minutes or so, I'll be in this marketing meeting. I'll be putting myself on mute, hearing what they're having to say. Might have a code for the test drive, a sign up code for the test drive. And the market is now testing the lows of the day in the SPY anyway. Something's going on with the formatting here, blocking the price. Ooh, look at this. Dow's down 600. Nas is 378. SPY's 95. So that is completely wiping out all that good work that happened yesterday. Let's take a look at the SPY on the daily chart and see what I'm talking about. So we had that little pop yesterday. I guess some action over in England. And then, nope. Yeah, so what I would do, Kishore, is use this. So right click, configure, click on search, and click on volume. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room about a volume. So what you can do is, now we've got volume 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10, 15. Okay, so you want volume bursts, say in 1 minute, or again, or 5 minutes. I mean, these are what we have all the way up to 30. So for instance, if you use this filter, volume in 1 minute and as a percent, if you put in something like, 500 or 1,000, that means that that volume is about 1,000%. I'll just add the filter here. If I put 1,000 in here, that means it's about 1,000% of what is happened over the last. Now I'm not sure what exactly the time frame is, but 1,000% of normal. Okay. So you usually will see some big volume bursts using just that simple filter. Okay. And you have your choice of 1 minute, 5 minutes. You said 5 minutes, so you could use 5 minutes. Not the previous. No, no, it's an average. It's an average. Okay. We can't refer, we are not able to refer to previous candles. Okay. So this is an average. Just don't ask me what the average is. I mean, like how many bars back. I want to say, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Okay. Just know though that if you put that filter in, when you get an alert, and now you're going to need some kind of alert, maybe a new high or a 5 minute high, whatever you want, you will generally see a big volume burst. Ah, Pepe, I love it. Okay. How come you know before I do? It's almost as if you work for Trade Ideas. I guess the email must have gone out, right? No, it didn't go out. Oh, do you work for Trade Ideas now and I didn't realize it? Congratulations. Good to have you aboard. I don't see it yet. I don't see that yet, but I'll be in the marketing meeting in about 3 minutes, so I'm going to certainly ask the question. I certainly don't, obviously, let's take a look here. Yeah, there it is. Well, the volume relative is for up to a certain point of time. Okay, the relative volume. I have to go into this market meeting, Kishore, but the relative volume filter is up to this time of day. So say two. So if I look at this, the SPY, believe it or not, is trading 1.5 times normal up to this point of the day, based on action over the last, I want to say 15 or 10 or 15 days. Okay, whereas the volume 1%, I mean that's very dramatic. If you want to see big volume pushes in 1 minute, you can use that filter. All right, guys, I will put the announcement in that I'm in a meeting, so I'm on mute. All right, guys, I am now back. Very long meeting, etc. So get rid of this. So I'll actually hang on the mic, I guess, till 3:30. So what is happening? I was actually looking to see if that IC would take out that 68 or 1684 level. It did not. So that is still something that might have an end of day run. Look at IC. Yeah, I was thinking maybe if this level could be taken out, that 1684, it might have a nice drop, but too strong, too strong. And let's see, and well, just before I went in this meeting, well, I was anyway, I was watching the ATXI. And that's why we wait. I mean, that is why we wait. I did not try to anticipate that it was going to take out that 834 level. I did put some price alerts in there. I noticed they did turn green, but they were so brief that there wasn't, you could kind of tell that, well, that was you. Just because I get a price alert doesn't mean I hop into the trade. When I get the price alert, then I can start watching it, but it immediately dropped. So again, guys, you got to wait for your setup. You can put a price alert, and then when you get the alert, if it does happen, check on it. But it doesn't absolutely mean that you hop into the trade. And so that just prevents me. I never try to anticipate that something is going to happen. Keeps me out of a lot of trouble. And I see that the SNTI is just not doing it. See the volume, guys? I mean, remember I was talking about we need some volume to come in, and it's just not coming in. So guys, well, I did say I'd be on the mic till 3:30, but maybe I will put myself on mute. But I am here. If you have any questions, please ask. I do have my own, well, I'll call it my link for the test drive now. Just gotta find it again. Okay, so here is the test drive link. So you can take a look at it. So when you click on that link, okay, when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So understand that if you sign up right now, you're pre-registering, okay? So it doesn't start until the 17th. That is Monday, October the 17th to the 31st, which is a Friday. So that is 10 trading days for $11.11. And you'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading, okay? No auto trading. But you rarely hear me talk about auto trading because I don't believe in it. It's that simple. So again, if you sign up right now, you are pre-registering. That's what it is. You're pre-registering. So don't. I know I say it every time, but it's amazing how many emails we get. People sign up and they expect they get the data right away. They're not reading. It doesn't start until the 17th. Now, one of the other ones, or if you're going to take the test drive, go to my homepage, take a look at those 10 short videos, so you can get prepared for the test drive. So you'll have an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, as opposed to just showing up on the 17th, knowing absolutely nothing about the program. Okay. Okay, Robert, and one trade that lists as GDA for the time in force. Which trade is that? Are you talking about in the AI or which trade are you talking about, Robert? I know it's an acronym for something. I don't probably don't know what it is. It's not good for the day. I don't think that's what it means, but Peppy probably knows what GDA is an acronym for. Oh, your E-Trade account. Oh, that I don't know. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Sorry. I don't have E-Trade, so you probably have to. There's probably a list of their acronyms somewhere. I don't know. Maybe somebody with E-Trade. William, I know you have E-Trade if you're in the room still. What does GDA mean? Do you know in E-Trade? As Robert was maybe suggesting, does it mean good for the day, good till until the day? I doubt if that means good to the day after, but hey, who knows? I'm familiar, GTC, good till canceled, things like that. But that you would have to, if I'm just asking people who might have E-Trade in this room, in the other room. I don't see anybody answering that question. So maybe there's nobody in E-Trade or with E-Trade that knows what GDA stands for. I don't think that's it, Pete. He says it's for time and force. Okay, in fact, let me just go to, so here, for instance, time and force, GTD, we've got good till canceled, day trade. I'm not even sure what GTD stands for. I have to admit, I don't know what that stands for. Good till, good till D. We don't have a GDA, that's for sure. Good till dropped? No. All these crazy acronyms. Well, that's GTC. Yeah, that's good till canceled. But the question was, what is GDA that E-Trade has? There's probably one that's, good for the day, and then there's good until canceled. Ah, okay, GTD. Okay, that's Interactive Brokers GTD, but now we need the GDA. I do not make a prediction like that, Cam. Where do I see it? I really don't make any predictions like that. I have no idea. I mean, obviously, the next low looking left, have to bring up a bigger, let's bring up a weekly chart. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't, let's take a look. Well, I mean, I mean, I don't really pay too much attention to the 200 moving average on the weekly chart, but I mean, some might. That's I guess that could be significant. I don't know. Will that hold? The next lows are around that 350 level, but I don't know. I honestly don't make any predictions like that. I honestly have no opinion. You know, I know it sounds crazy, but because I'm such an intraday trader, the SPY can do what it wants to do, and it doesn't really affect me. As long as we can find some good trades during the day, the SPY can do what it wants. And if you go to 10 different pundits, you might get 10 different answers, of what their opinion. But I really have no opinion, and I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to deflect the question. I honestly have no opinion. Global distribution accounts, yeah. Oh, from Google. Yeah, good stuff from Shady, really. Okay. I mean, we talked about this before, and Zach will point out these are not easy. I have these because, there are some traders that want to see this. Okay. The bounces and the toppers. They are not easy to trade, but, I've got to bring it up every now and then because they do appear. And, we have different trading styles in the room. But yeah, definitely not for new traders. I mean, it looks wonderful to be able to try to predict a top and short the heck out of it, or predict a bounce and have it really bounce well, but not easy. I mean, take a look at this. Okay, now this worked eventually, the IMVT, but here was your first alert. Okay, 569 right there. So that on that scan, that was the very first alert. Well, what happened after that? It moved higher. Next alert, 581. And it kept moving higher and higher and higher. So, I mean, if you said to yourself, well, I guess I should take it here, or do I take it here? Or do I take it at even 649 was maybe a little bit early. Okay. So, I mean, it's not easy. I mean, after in retrospect, yeah, it looks awesome, to be able to maybe have didn't have to get it right at the very top penny, but somewhere in this area here and just write it down. But it's not easy. And the same thing with the bouncers. I haven't really looked at bouncers are going to be immensely harder on days in which the market is down. Obviously, it should make sense. You might get the odd bounce, but how big a bounce? Whereas you'd much rather, I mean, granted, shorting tops when the market is off 600 it probably is a lot better, but it's still not easy. Look at IC, IC, we had an alert at 1688, 1694. I was thinking, yeah, I would love to see this being taken out. That just didn't happen. Percussion octopus. Does that mean you? There's a great name. It's in our YouTube room. Well, we've been waiting on ABOS, or it seems like all day, to really take out 10. It's been bouncing around just below that area. Very choppy though. That's really hard to trade. I mean, number one, I mean it's a low float, and I mean there's really no news about it. It's just trying to piggyback on Biogen's big Alzheimer press or news release yesterday. Well, good luck. Good luck if it takes out 10 for you. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I mean you're struggling. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube room. I mean, post market after hours yesterday, that's what it got to 10, and it just kind of stuck there. And what was the high yesterday? And the high yesterday was just a little bit over 10. So hey, you might get it. Well, hopefully nobody took this trade until they had a trigger, okay, for the ATXI. Okay, hopefully nobody, we were kept just saying, okay, let's see if it can take out that 830 level, and it just didn't do it. It got there a couple of times, but very quickly pulled right back from it. So it just couldn't take that out in any great fashion. And now you're right, the rug pull. And the other thing about these is that when they do something like this on absolutely no news, and I maybe there's something out there, I just don't see any specific news. I mean, maybe this is it, 10:45, but that was yesterday, right? Next generation anti whatever this means, anti FCRN. But there was no reaction to that yesterday whatsoever. So maybe it's a delayed reaction. I don't know. And again, what we think about what the news is irrelevant. It's what the market thinks. Yeah, so it did have some news yesterday, but certainly, if anything, it was a really big delayed reaction because that news was released yesterday. Yeah, I don't know about a low float squeeze, Mark. Typically, for me anyway, I mean, I hate branding things. This is a squeeze play or a short squeeze or whatever. I mean, but the thing is that typically, well, okay, here's the problem with ATXI. I mean, the float is so little. Three-quarters of a million in a float is ridiculously low. So that's why anything like this can happen. The stock can shoot up, it can shoot down. I don't call this necessarily a short float squeeze. I mean, very few people can actually short this stock, I think. There we have a short float percent of only 1.25. So it's not like this, for us anyway, for our provider is saying it's not like it's heavily shorted or anything. It's just the fact that with three-quarters of a million in the float, you're going to get traders jumping on it, and then they're going to leave it, and they're going to jump on it, they're going to leave it. It's not really what I would call a short float squeeze. When you take when you look at a stock like maybe Blue Apron, if a stock like Blue Apron had enormous news, okay, and then with that low float and that high short float percent, yeah, then you might see some kind of a short squeeze. But I'm not looking for short squeezes in particular. You can usually just watch the charts. If a person wants to brand it, oh, this is a short squeeze or this is not a short squeeze, that's fine. But typically, though, I think you have to have a much higher, and that's ridiculously high, of course, that short float percent for Blue Apron. But imagine if this had, I don't know, some absolutely enormous news. McDonald's buys Blue Apron or is considering buying it for $30 a share. Okay, all these people who are short are going to panic, of course. That is what would cause probably a short squeeze. But again, with the ATXI, with that ridiculously low float, I mean, it's just going to do stuff like this, up and down, regardless of how many actual shares are short. All right, guys, 3:18. So I'm anticipating Chris will be in the room in about 7 minutes. Sober new high. Okay, Shady. See, I'm not ignoring you. Yeah, it's a nice break. I mean, it's had a big pullback. It's underneath the 200-day. So see, that would prevent me from taking it right off the bat. But Shady's taking it, and that's fine. But that would take, for my trading plan, I will not take a stock that is, at or near underneath the 200-day moving average. I would wait for a break. But, that's not to say that trading Shady isn't right. There's no right or wrong. Though, yeah, this is the one that yesterday I noticed. I mean, we've got a green line here that indicates the 200-day, but I don't have the data point for it. How about GDA, Pepe? It was GDA, not GTA. That's what he was saying, GDA, and a time and force. That's what you meant, okay. But it's a nice break. It's a nice break out of this consolidation. Yeah. Did anybody have a number for the 200-day moving average for sober, SOBR? Yeah, well, Dak, it could. I am surprised it didn't do a little bit. I mean, it's still up, what, I mean, it's up 50%, 50. And their news again, call it whatever you want. Their news is the Bank of America initiating coverage and putting a $7 price target on it. To me, the news was more, it had the room to 273. So, but it came out big move, but for the last 3-4 hours, it's just stumbled around. I was in one big long meeting. You're absolutely right, William. Yeah. What about the SMA? I rarely. Most people don't look at the EMA for the 200-day on the daily chart. Most it's the SMA, not the EMA. I think I said that incorrectly, but Great Depression approaching. Maybe. 474. Well, it's interesting. If that EMA, SMA is way up here. It'll actually be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow, the ABOS. I mean, it's really held. I mean, it actually held. I mean, the high was to what, 1028, and it's gone positive again. There was the close, 958. Be interesting to see if this what sort of a day this has tomorrow. All right, guys, I think what I'll do is I like to shut the room down at 3:25, get prepared for Chris is taking over in our YouTube room. So, well, keep an eye on the SNTI. Amazing. Thing is, you need volume. Imagine if you got a big volume bar like this, the one that the 1045, if all of a sudden volume just poured into it. I mean, it could still happen. 324, it could happen. I'm not holding out for it, but it could happen. All right, guys, it is now 3:25, so I'll shut the room down now. Thanks a lot for all of the help. Get my script together. The YouTube room is still open. Don't YouTubers, you hang in there. Chris will be there in about 5 minutes, maybe even a couple of minutes. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock, everybody. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And again, YouTubers hang tough. Chris will be there soon. Actually, that you know what? It's fun. I was talking about the IMVT earlier as being one of the nicest looking charts. Not only is it one of the nicest looking charts on the way up, it's one of the nicest looking charts on the way down. You know, no green at all on that 15-minute. A couple of topping tails that probably would have caused a little bit of pause, but no green on the way down, and only until six, really only one red bar on the way up. So that's what you like to see. Otherwise, you just get whipped in and out of the trade, depending where you put your stop. Oh, I heard you, Chris.
I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to get here as fast as I could, but I was messaging with Brad and whoever else right now.
That's okay. That's okay.
I will
All
make that
right.
swap on the screen right away to get you
Okay.
off and running. And hopefully, you have as nice of weather as I have right now because it
Oh
is
yeah, it's
perfect.
spectacular here.
Excellent.
Spectacular. Great temperature, no humidity, no bugs, just great.
You
So
are speaking the same language as me, even though we're on opposite coasts.
that's right. And in opposite countries.
That too, but we're always
Don't
on the
forget
same
that.
team.
Absolutely. Team TI.
That's
All
right.
right, my friend. Um, I'll mute myself now and I'll talk to you tomorrow. I know I will.
I get your swan song tomorrow.
Exactly. Well, don't say it quite like that, but
I
for
know,
a
I know.
week,
Yes.
for a week,
A
one
week
day
with
it will be a swan song. It will
Barry,
be.
when I need a little extra therapy, I pop into the room and listen to you every once in a while. So, all
Okay. Okay, my
right, you
friend.
have a good one. I'll talk to you later, Barry.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry makes his way out. Enjoy a little sunshine out on the left coast of Canada there, while we've got that good weather still. I'll make my way in and settle in with you folks for the next hour or so here. Hopefully, you folks have found some alpha today. Anybody that was running my race absolutely did find some decent alpha today. No question about that. You had to be patient early in the day. Was not good. Not good for the bulls. I'll say that. You know, right off the bat. Let me bring up a screenshot here. I want to share with you folks. If I can share the screenshot, but I want to show what the first, I don't know, 20 minutes of my race or so looked like. Let's see if that comes up the way I want. There we go. Yeah. And let's zoom a little bit. Can we zoom? Get that even bigger. Now let's zoom. There we go. That's what I want right there. So what I want to show off with this right now is these first few races, if we look at those, I don't have my handy drawing tool ready. Right down the line, FAZ, HIBS, LABD, SPXS, MOTS was actually a stock. That was the one stock in here. ADTX, sorry. So two out of the all the stocks that are in here, right? All inverse ETFs here. Really, really uncomfortable look for anybody trying to be bullish here. My pink back. There we go. I like my pink drawing tool. There we go. Shows up much better. All right. So that was, that was bullish. That was bearish to say the least. And this stayed like that for a while. We could see the timestamp here when that happened. And several races, a race or two before this looked very similar, and then several races after this looked like that. And for a while, my leaderboard after these winners here was, all these kinds of stocks in here that were these inverse ETFs. And I thought I've never really seen anything like that before. And we got another sell-off. We breached 360 on the SPY a couple of times now. And while I know we're enjoying a bit of recovery right now from the market bottom, I mean, we're down another 2.33% right now on the S&P. We're down we're down 1.75% on the Dow, and we're down 3.25% on the NASDAQ. I mean, the NASDAQ's getting destroyed right now. So again, yesterday Muhammad had asked me about, why I thought the SPY could make its way down to 300. And this is why. It's a bear market. It's a seller's market. They are in complete control. And every time it looks like the sellers have lost control, right? They come right back in and take it. And, here it really looked like the buyers might be back in control. And then the sellers grabbed it, and we got another big time. That was a big head fake that happened here that leads us to here. I said, I think it was Monday of this week. I said, we're going to take out the June lows this week. I have no doubt about it. We've done that, now we've done it a couple of times. You can only hit the glass so many times before the glass ceiling breaks and you start to really make your way. I still think the selling stays mostly orderly. I don't think we see a 45 VIX. I do think, this is happening really soon, pre-COVID highs. And I think if we get to pre-COVID highs kind of quickly here and orderly, we jump around, pull up, and then break right back through them. That's my feeling. I have no special indicator that tells me that. I just, being a trend follower, it was the opposite, the way up here, right? Every time the sellers looked like they got it, the buyers came back in and stepped hard, right? And then it looked like the sellers had them because the buyers couldn't get above that high, and the sellers got it back down here again, and we popped up and we broke that prior high, and then we ground it out. And then the sellers came in a little bit, but they were scared. We got it. And then the sellers, and then the buyers got it, and that pattern continued all the way up through here. But we know that the way up is that windy, long staircase, and the way down is an empty elevator shaft, right? So, just for whatever it's worth, that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm seeing. Again, if I'm wrong, so be it. I'm okay with being wrong. The way I'm betting on a falling market is with my money, in the sense that I'm not putting on swing trades right now. I'm all day trades. That's all there is to it. Like I said, at some point this bear market ends. It won't be in the calendar year of 2021. That I am fairly confident of. Is it possible? Absolutely it is. We could have, whatever conflicts are going on in Europe come to an end, and the Middle East find some common ground over there that ends some conflicts over there that are big deal. And we could have some common sense regulation and policies come in when it comes to energy policies around the world that will lift a big burden off of the middle class that's being crushed. All those things could happen in the rest of the year. They're not likely to happen. And those are the things that we would need to have happen. That's the low hanging fruit right now for a bull case. And like I said, not very likely. So anyways, now that rant is done and over, back to the short and skinny of these races here. STNI, nice set of alerts out of STNI here, right? Came up, broke that $2 barrier, and I set a price alert back down here for a pullback. Triggered that. Nice move off of that there. Now I'm not following it. I, traded a couple of other things today that I'm already in and out of. Bag holding one thing. That's kind of a crappy loss. It looks like it's going to be. Close it in the next couple of minutes if it can't find its way back to green territory. But anyway, so SNTI, and that's on. I was just on the race now. But what else do we have coming through here that made an all right move? PLTR came in an early race when the market bounced. Here, I made a nice move back up through $8. 20 some odd cents, 30 cents, 30-cent move off $8. Can't exactly complain about that. Not in this market. So definitely an opportunity was presented there. Wow, buyers are stepping back in here on the SPY, really making a move here. That SPY moving up. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the bear market's ending today, right? Why not? I'm always going to hold out that hope. So I'm going through, actually, let me duplicate my price alerts and bring that over for you folks so you can see what I'm looking at here. So anything that you're seeing that I'm going over right now may have been in the winner's circle several times, or it may have just been, leading some earlier races. SSNT made this bigger move earlier. I'm actually holding it underwater right now. We'll see. Probably going to have to close that for a loss. Blue made a move early. That was it. Never really got back up there again. BMRA was a high flyer for a second. Didn't do a whole lot there. We covered ST. But here we go. ABOS, patience paying off. All right. Races yesterday. I said this might be something to keep an eye on. That it closed strong yesterday. Popping back on a few races again today. And here we go. Up a nice little bit here again. Off that, off that defending of 9, more or less. Came down here. And then once it got up around $9 again, it really hung. Look at that, 878 came down to 870, 872, low right there. And then after that, never really dropped much below 9, towing that line. And here we, got some nice lift off there. So there's some more alpha generated. CENX won a few early races, and then on a reversal after that initial big candle, nice little move off of that there. MNMD, this won a few races. It's on the top 10 list over here. So I had a price alert. I was kicking myself for not taking this one off this break. I really felt it, especially when I had this RBI here on the 15-minute chart. We had a nice move forming, topped out up here in the 360s. Great percentage move for it today. HPCO. Never really did it. Had this big opening candle here and jumbled around before it came undone here. And I mean, coming undone, 30 cents coming undone, not the end of the world. I don't think there's a lot of opportunity there. ATXI presented a nice opportunity today, though. This won some races. So you got, again, this tall shadow here, upper shadow, comes back down, defends yesterday's, this line from yesterday, just above yesterday's low, makes a nice move up. It was whippy, it was tough, but again, what we do is tough, right? And another nice move here. So kind of a couple of opportunities there. ILAG presented a great opportunity here. I took this. My orders show funny sometimes on this. That's why I don't like to show my orders when I use the IB account, because they're not showing correctly. I guess it's all the disconnects that I have to do during the day. So this made a nice move here. Grabbed some when it broke this high of the day there. Rode some up. Closed it on the way back down here. MOTS, did you do anything? Nope. Fader all day long. 80TX was a fader all day long. Well, that wasn't a fader all day long. It had this big bar here, and then, it was grinding higher. I took a trade in this, actually. I actually grabbed it at 483 was my fill, actually here on this candle, on the second 15-minute candle, and started punching around, and I got out of it up right on this 4 break up here. I put an order at 401 and got closed at 401 here. So, I thought maybe, I'm looking at this float, thought I could do the crazy. It's, pretty beaten up and sold off. So wasn't like, wasn't like I had to risk the farm on it or, bet the farm on it or anything. And if it didn't take off, I was ready to get out. So that's what happened. I didn't get the lift off that I wanted, and I got out. IMVT, fantastic one here. I caught this somewhere just above 5, maybe 515 or so is when I first saw it coming in. Went on a huge run. It's obviously giving it up then, but looking for day trades, kind of hard to argue something that moves over $1.50. IC on a great reversal. Found this one up around this area right here. It was probably actually closer to 1670 is when I actually saw it. And a nice move up out of there over 17s, held that. So also, anybody's compiling a watch list right now, IC might be something you want on that watch list, right? So, let's compare something here that I think is a big deal. Let me pull this chart down. Now, IC could completely sell off tomorrow. It could be at $10 tomorrow for all I know, right? But what I want to illustrate is this. This was selling off yesterday coming into today, right? And the SPY mostly follows. And then they were following each other on a nice reversal, right? This kept going and held up. This did not keep going and did not hold up. We got that going on there, but we can see here clearly that IC held up very well. I will also say that it's no accident that that is where it is stalling out, the bottom of that gap up. Some technical analysis 101 for us there, folks. So make of that what you will. SPY broke VWAP. Are you talking intraday VWAP? Let me take a look here. I'll throw a VWAP. So here's VWAP from the opening candle here today. And we're below it. We popped up above it and we're back below it, popped back above it, trying to get back above it again. So, but anyway, so IC might be something you want to keep your eye on. And then INDO came roaring through, and I actually saw that somewhere around here. I saw it early. Made a huge move. And here we are. Now, I'm guessing a lot of this move is based on earnings that are coming tomorrow. So you got people placing their bets. It's not an optionable stock, it looks like. So there's no options volume in it. So no bets in the options market on it. But we see what this thing can do, right? So for those of you that like to create a watch list to watch into the next day, I would highly recommend INDO being on that watch list. You might even want HUSA. Their sympathy plays together. All right. You see the volume that came pouring in here. All right. And it's still holding up pretty well against the rest of the market there. So, yeah, Peter, of course. So for pre-market, if you're looking to find things that break the pre-market highs, all right, that can be accomplished with above. Sorry, let me find it here. This above pre-market low or this below pre-market high. All right, either one of these. We can add that filter, and if I bring up the show me function, so sorry, let me play with this for a second to give you how it works. I always forget these ones. Yeah, so if we put a 0 in the max on the below pre-market high, that would say, the price is above today's pre-market high or it's at today's pre-market high. So we could build a scanner like this. So, I'll put together a template of something and share it out. Let me find, let's first go with an alert that will trigger for us. All right, so let's do a 5-minute high. All right, so let's add that alert. Get rid of that. And the window specific filter, we'll put a price alert. We'll put $2 for a minimum. Volume shares traded, let's put 300,000. Make sure we're looking at some liquid stocks there. We could put it so that it's just breaking the pre-market high. So we could go with minus 0.02 so that price is at least, or so no, we want 0.02. So the price is above the pre-market high, price is at the pre-market high, price is no more than 2 cents below the pre-market high. All right. So we could get it just before it breaks the pre-market high as well. All right. So we've got that in there. We've got that in there. I don't know, what else do we want to have in there? What else? Throw some suggestions out there, folks. If anybody's got a suggestion, throw them out there for me. I'm trying to scroll down to the filters here. And I would say with a scan like this, if we're looking for things breaking pre-market highs, that means they were active in the pre-market. And so we want to have a good number in here. We might even want this number higher. Maybe let's go with 400,000. Because that means they were trading. There was a lot of activity in the pre-market already. We want to get rid of anything that wasn't active in the pre-market. That would be the whole point of the scan, right? So if something's already got, 2, 3, 400,000 in the pre-market, right? That's carrying over to the regular market session, or to the regular session, let's call it. I just don't know what I want to throw in here. Somebody, anybody, throw out some ideas here. Let's go with let's get some volume there. 5-minute volume. 5-minute volume. Add filter. Let's throw 300 in there. All right, what else do we want? Search. Maybe, let's see, because if we're going to be above the pre-market high, that means it's going to be above moving averages. So there's no point in putting an SMA in here. Mostly if it's going to be above the pre-market high, we don't want to worry about the high of the day then necessarily, because we're focusing on taking out the pre-market high. Just kind of going over some logic of why I would do what I'm doing. The premise of the scan, taking out pre-market highs. Really don't know what else to throw in here, to be honest. Maybe, I don't know, throw in an RSI, but again, it doesn't. I don't think we need more momentum. Taking out pre-market highs on a stock that's already active in the pre-market it's all kind of there already. Well, let's do this. Call taking out pre-market highs to start with. Let's take a look at its history today. Oh, it's pumping through stocks probably quite a bit. The thing is, I don't want to, I want it to alert, but I don't want 600,000 alerts either. That's not too bad, actually. No, that's not bad at all. All right. I'll get rid of the ETFs in this, though. Let's take a look at how much that changes things. Let's get rid of ETFs, NYSE warrants. All right, now let's see what that did to that scan. Yeah, that shortened it up quite a bit. And ain't showing too much at all right now, like taking out pre-market highs. But then again, we were gapping down all morning long. It could be used either way. I think the focus would be more on intraday. This doesn't have anything in it. And this is, oh, I think I know what I did wrong here. I know what I did wrong. Oh, Christopher, only the following list. Exclude the following list. Come on. You're better than that, Chris. History today. Here we go. All right, that cleans it up nice. I mean, this is still going to have basically everything that I was looking at today through the races. So, make of that what you will. But it'll give you a time-stamped alert versus trying to watch the races. So, I'll go ahead and share this out. Now, for full disclosure purposes, I do not look at the pre-market. I mean, I look to see what the major indexes are doing, and that's literally it. I don't look at sectors in the pre-market. I don't look at individual stocks in the pre-market. I really just don't care about the pre-market. It's irrelevant to me. It really is irrelevant to me. I get people like it. There's nothing wrong with liking it. All the power in the world to you if you do. I hope it all works out well for you with the pre-market. It doesn't really serve me any purpose, the pre-market. I don't like trading it. I don't feel like dealing with limit orders and liquidity and not being able to get out when I want to get out. I just don't like to trade the pre-market. That's all there is to it. Maybe next year I will. I don't know. Maybe that'll be my New Year's resolution, trade the pre-market. But for now, I don't do the pre-market. I don't do the after hours. I do well enough what I do. There's no reason for me to swap out right now. Yeah, I gathered that because I had some emails coming in about Jamie talking about it, I guess, recently. So like I know it's a big thing for people where they're looking at what the pre-market high was and if it, stock can take that out. I just don't use it. That's all. It's just not my cup of tea. Nothing wrong with it. Wow, ABOS, what a nice move here at the end of the day for that, huh? Going to go out on highs on the day. Beautiful, beautiful close here. Oof, lovely. Yeah, I saw that. I popped into when Andy was on the support call at noon Eastern today, and I saw him talking about that, or heard him talking about that a little bit. So everybody's got their style. No two styles are exactly the same, and mine is just not. Mine is non-involvement with the pre-market. That's all. If I build a list of too many stocks, I might as well punch my time card and shut the computer down now. Yeah, that's why I like what I do at the races, in all honesty. That's why I like what I do at the races. My focus is right there. What's really moving? What's happening? That's it. I don't need anything else. Everything I need to focus on right there. I have no idea if ABOS has news. I never look at the news. Look here, and they must have had news yesterday, I guess. I don't see anything about anything really specific here. So something on Rivals Alzheimer's data here, Seeking Alpha. So this was from yesterday. Shares a micro cap biotech. It was more than double in value on Wednesday after its rivals, Biogen, blah, 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 announced promising late stage. So Alzheimer's news. Not really sure. The news has never been relevant to me. Are you moms trader intraday mostly? I'm not sure what that means, Mark. Momo. Oh, sorry. Okay. I thought moms was going to be like an acronym for something. Yeah, I like momentum, even pull back with momentum, pull back to pivot line, what I feel is a pivot line. But I was mostly a swing trader right up until the beginning of this year. And something, in the underlying market started to change and swing trading wasn't working for me as well. And I was less, apt to put risk appetite out there. And I started playing around with the races in January and started to have some very good day trading results with them. And I haven't looked back since. That's been it for me. Been all about the races and day trading. And I'm very comfortable right now in this bear market going to cash every night. Yeah, I don't want, I want to do everything based on technical analysis. So I don't want the news influencing what I'm doing at all. I want my buys and sells to be based on my technical analysis, not because I read something somewhere. That's all. So I, try to keep myself as unbiased as possible. So yeah, that's my reasoning behind it. Keeping things as simple as possible. Ooh, Nike earnings. That's a big deal, right? Oh, what a close here. What a close. So SPY, where did we finish? Just under 363, huh? Just at 363. So, all right, interesting stuff here. I don't know, pretty bearish day. This feels real heavy to me right now. I'd be surprised if we see a green day tomorrow. AMD. Yeah, no. Is this the one? Yeah, AMD. No. As I've said all week long, and I'm stealing this from a gentleman named Mike on actually, I think it was Michael Noss that said it, and then another gentleman named Mike on the same Twitter Spaces on Tuesday called it another way. But basically, the gist of it is the things that are leading us down into this mess will not be our leaders out of this mess. Now, yes, AMD is a huge company. They're not going anywhere. I mean, I've got an AMD chip in my laptop that I'm using right now. but that doesn't mean that their stock price is coming back, right? So, make of that what you will. But I would be looking for when this bear ends and the new bull begins, I'd be looking for new leadership, right? It was new leadership that took us out of the previous bear market, the COVID crash bear market. It'll be new leadership that takes us out of this one here. And that's how it works. So yeah. And then, yep, exactly. It's a windy staircase up and it's an empty elevator shaft down. And then, yeah, PEPG yesterday was a high flyer, but it had some big spreads on it. PEG, right? PEPG, was that what we said? Yeah, had some big spreads on it. So, wow, yeah, rug pull here at the end. That's not fun. That's why, we don't marry these things. We trade them, right? It's a new issue too. Mark, no, you don't have to limit to one more question. Ask as many questions you want. So the race is a way to view live data and a watch list at the same time. So essentially what the race is at its core, it's a top list. All right. So here's the top list for this race, essentially. Hold on. Let me get this race instead. All these three races are the same, except this has a higher price point to it, an upper price point. They both have a $2 base. The other two, this race with the X and this race with the X have a $30 max. This one with the circle has a $100 max on it. So in here, what I've done is I've told this top list, I want you to find me stocks in between $2 and $100, trade at least 250,000 shares on the day. Now, don't get hung up on the Bollinger Bands. A lot of people get hung up on Bollinger Bands. I don't use Bollinger Bands at all. I just wanted a way to find momentum during the day. And in the spirit of John Bollinger, I said, let me play with Bollinger Bands as a filter a little bit. I never use them on my charts. The only time I ever use them on my charts is to illustrate something. But I never have a Bollinger Band on my charts. I don't like indicators on my charts with the exception of 2 on my intraday chart. That's it. And obviously, yes, volume I like. And I've left an RSI on the daily, but it's because it's not interfering with the price on the chart. Anyways, with that said, using Bollinger Bands in the spirit of John Bollinger, who believes at the core, the breaking of the upper band is a buy signal, the breaking of the lower band is a sell signal. And I get tons of people think or believe or use Bollinger Bands as a revision to the mean. That's not what John does. All right. Not how he intended them anyways. That's also not how it was thoroughly tested by Bowiski for CMT curriculum. All right. So, that's all stuff you can dive into with web searches and things like that. But Bowiski, published a bunch of stuff about that and ran a lot of tests on different time frames and things like that. So there's a lot of data out there that supports what the original thesis is, breaking of an upper or lower band, indicating momentum. Obviously, you want to couple that with more things. You don't want to just blindly, it broke a band, I'm going to buy. It broke a band on the lower side, I'm going to sell. Anyways, with that said, I want to see stocks that are 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. I want to see them moving up. I want to see them moving rapidly up towards that upper band, all right? And then I put this 5-minute volume in here just to say I want to make sure the stock's trading a few shares every minute. I don't want to see stocks that trade 100,000 shares, then don't trade for 45 minutes, trade another 30,000 shares, then don't trade for an hour, then trade 300,000 shares, then don't trade for 20 minutes, then trade another 30,000 shares. I don't want to see stocks like that. So that's what this does here. So that's all this is doing, this top list, finding me stocks that look like this. Then we got to order those stocks, right? So I said, I want you to sort them on the ones that are up the most from today's open. The logic behind this is that if something gaps down and makes a big reversal, I want to see that stock, right? But if I was using change from close, I'm looking for just the biggest gappers, I'm going to miss anything that actually gapped down and reversed, right? I'll never be able to see that. And in a bear market, we're actually more apt to see days where we get the gap down and reversal for a little while, right? Than we are for a gap up and a reversal to the bull side, right? We're going to see plenty of gap ups and reversals, of course, in a bear market. But when I'm looking for bullish setups, I'm not looking for a gap up and reversal on a bullish setup. I'd rather see either something that was just strong from yesterday's close or something strong from today's open, regardless that it gapped down. So now what it's done is created this list here that looks like this, right? And it's nice. There's all kinds of data I can put in here. But what happens if let's just say, for example, FREN or FEN is the one that's really moving right now. But we can see on a change from open percent, it's, only here at 3.2%, and it's never going to be able to overtake these big guys up here, right? So this could be the one that's really making the move all of a sudden, right? But, unless I'm focused on it right here and I'm constantly watching this one column here and clicking through, I'm never going to know that that's the one making the move. So this is where the race comes in, right? I have now told this race, I want you to take the top 10 stocks from this list, and I want you to race them from a change from open on a delta value. So now the top 10 list here gets brought in to this race here, and they all start even now, right? So it doesn't matter where they are in the position from open at this point. They're all getting a 0 start. And whoever's moving the most now during the race from the open is going to be my leader in the race, right? And things will shuffle up and down the list according to where they stand on the top list, and they will move forwards and backwards depending on where they stand relative to each other on the delta values, how we do this, on the sort of a delta value on that race from the open. And so that is what it does. Now, I selected to run my races for 3 minutes, all right? You can choose whatever you want, or anybody can choose whatever they want. My logic behind all this is originally none. I had no logic for 3 minutes. I just wanted races that were kind of on the shorter side, or what I felt was the shorter side. Dan, our CEO, who's really one of the big architects behind the races, was doing 10-minute races, and something just felt like that was too long for me. So I said, I don't want 10-minute races. I'm going to go 3. I like 3. It's a nice number. Then as time went on, I kind of put 2 and 2 together in my head. I said, 3 minutes races, 15-minute charts equals 5 races per 15-minute candle, right? And so logically, it kind of made sense for me to leave the 3-minute races. I've never looked back, and I have continued to be very happy with the results that I've gotten from this race. And thus, you have races. So with that said, let me scroll back up because I see a lot of stuff came in here. So Mark, let me know if that all makes sense for you. AMD going where it came from, down, down, down. Good. That's not good. I feel bad, actually. I've got nothing against AMD. I thought something was happening in the post market here. Look, if they do bad, overall world economics does bad, so while I'm not wishing the C-suite there anything special, there's plenty of people that work for it that I'm sure are really good people, average Joes, Sally's, Tom, Dicks, and Janes, like the rest of us here, and wish them all the best on that company. So but like I said, things that lead us into this mess are unlikely to be things that lead us out of this mess. I think, when we get our next bull run for a real bull market again, AMD will obviously participate. I just don't see it being a leader. That's all. Old, slow legacy tech. When will I must buy BGS to get the dividend? I have no idea, Michael Anthony. You'd have to check with your broker. I have no idea when you've got to buy that. I don't know what the ex-dividend data is for that. It's not data that I have readily available. So sorry, can't help you there. So hopefully, Mark, that answered your great future. Okay, yeah. Yep. So, and I encourage people, experiment with the races. Think about what you're looking for in a setup and how you want that all to translate to your trading and your trading plan, your risk appetite, all those things like that. I want you to, think good and hard about that stuff, right? And then start to build scans based on that stuff, right? That would be my, start to build races and scans based on those kinds of things. That would be my advice to you. One of the other big questions we get on the races is, how can I use it for swing trading? I think the top 10 list is a great thing to look at, because you've got the live data that happens here, right? You got this live data going on over here, right? And then you've got this watch list here. Now this race, I've got it showing a top 10 list. This late race, I have it showing just all winners. All right. So there's lots of ways to look at this data and create watch lists. The thing about swing trading is this: swing trading in bear markets mostly doesn't work. Yes, and I'm sure I've had people come in here when I've said things like this before, and they're like, "Oh, you're a clown. You don't know what you're talking about." Blah blah blah. That's fine. People just want to, be gruff and act like they're smart and they know it all. I'm still very new to trading. I've only been doing it a few years. But it's not that it's not possible to swing trade in a bear market. It's just 10 times harder. All right. You just never know when you're going to gap down 1% the next day and get shaken out of a position just as easily as you got into it the prior day, only to see it reverse back on you later that day. And it becomes infuriating and discouraging and frustrating. And it just makes swing trading much harder. So I think if you're going to swing trade in this market, what you really want to do is this: you want to start compiling lists of stocks that sold off very little to nothing when we have a bear sell-off, right? And then when we start to get a rally, because we'll get bull runs, we'll get rallies in these bear markets, you want to look at those things that were not being sold and see now how are they moving against the market. Are they moving with the market? Are they staying flat now still staying flat that the market's moving up? Are they alpha to the market, even though the market's moving up? Now they're even more alpha than the market is. That's how you want to approach swing trading in this market. So, that's that. Now, I've got some thoughts and ideas behind some swing trading races. They'll mostly be built on stocks that are strong on multiple time frames and then closing strong that day, and then getting into taking those positions of the stocks that I like the most, going into the close in the next day. We're just not in a market for that for me. Maybe someone else it is, and awesome. If you're successful at it, you're having great success with it, super all the power to you, right? For me, like I said, I sleep well with my head on my pillow at night, knowing I've gone to all cash right now. And I don't see any reason to change that in the rest of this calendar year as it is right now. And again, illustrates something I've gone over a whole bunch the last several weeks. So we're going into a couple of months now. I do believe we're going to see another run like this that will be a bull trap, essentially, because that's what that was. That was a bull trap. This was a really nasty bull trap. That was a really nasty bull trap. I do believe we'll see a big run, though, like this one here again. That will not be the run that leads us out. Eventually, we'll get a run that leads us out. But I think we'll see at least one more of these, if not two more of these runs like this, before it's all said and done. If the opportunity aligns with stocks that I've got on a short list and this starts happening, I might be inclined to put on some swing positions. When this happened here, so we had these first couple of days here and I wasn't a believer. And I was getting ready to go on vacation. Then I was on vacation for all of that right there. And I came back and we had done that. And I was like, well, I'm not chasing that nonsense. And that's what happened afterwards. So, timing, like everything else, comedy's all about timing. Market's all about timing. Not timing tops and bottoms. That's not what I mean. We don't try to time tops and bottoms. We try to time our entries based on trend, right? Trend and confirmation is what our timing is about. Trend and confirmation, trend and confirmation. Had three great trades in BEAT, but take a pause from that one now. Yeah, Patrick, I had a good run in that yesterday. I was kind of kicking myself today when I saw it continue to move. And it's like, yeah, I could have taken a swing trade there, but, I did well yesterday. I didn't know what was going to happen today, and I don't know that BEAT can keep up that run. That's a big run there in BEAT. That's a big run over the last, you know what I mean, on a percentage basis. That's huge. So I took my money and ran yesterday. Especially, we got this middle finger. No, I won't call it a middle finger candle because it wasn't a red candle here, but this big topping shadow up here from yesterday. Closed strong. Attempted to close strong. It just didn't know. Anyways, I was happy with what I got yesterday. I can make no complaints. So, Tom, I just subscribed 3 days ago. Do all the scanners work pre-market as well? What do you need a specifics? So, Tom, all scanners do not work pre-market. There are some filters and alerts that do not work in the pre-market at all. They will block data if they're used in the scan. If you want a list of that, email me at support@trade-ideas.com. All right. Email me there and I can get you that list. I can go over a few things right now for you, though. So first, if you're looking for pre-market, I would suggest to you this. Go to new, go to either doc channel bar or channel bar, either one of those. All right. I'm going to go doc channel bar in this case so I don't lose my layout here. And we got an entire channel dedicated to the pre-market right here. All right. And you've got a multi window in here. All right. So this has got a whole bunch of strategies in here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 different strategies in here. Okay. For you, time-stamped alerts to the second. You've got up gappers and down gappers. And then you've got the up gappers and down gappers that are racing right here. All right. So you've got those to work with for just a generic pre-market setup. You can right click and come into the configure of any of this stuff. All right. We can go to advanced configure and you can start changing any of the stuff around that you want in here. All right. And then you can save it as your own. It won't save to the channel bar itself. You got to save it to your cloud. So I'd tell you, I'd say to you, right click on the top, save or share to cloud, and, rename it my pre-market channel or something like that. And then that will live in your cloud and you can load that fresh with the changes that you made. Things that will not work in the pre-market, and I don't want people to get confused about this because we have a pre-market strategy based on high relative volume. However, if we come into the configure of that multi-strategy right here, the relative volume on that is based on a relative volume alert, not a relative volume filter. We have relative volume in a filter, okay? That filter does not work in the pre-market. If you use that filter, so I want to type it out here, RELATIVE, all right? This is the filter. This is the alert. All filters will be indicated by this dual set of icons right here. That teal color indicates a minimum value. The purple indicates a maximum value, all right? When you have single icons like this, that's an alert. It means an event, all right? These both work in a ratio. They're both very similar to each other. But this one will not work in the pre-market. This one will work in the pre-market, all right? Other alerts that don't work in the pre-market, let's get rid of that. Something like new high doesn't work in the pre-market. New low doesn't work in the pre-market. Instead, you would use pre-market highs and lows for alerts, all right? And obviously, pre-market highs and lows do not work in the regular session as well. So that's like a crash course on a lot of that there. I also highly recommend this, and a big advocate of this. Pre-market scans and regular market scans should be separated. The pre-market and the regular session are very different in the mechanics of the market, okay, and how they work. Something that trades 100,000 shares in the pre-market is pretty liquid in the pre-market. Something that only trades 100,000 shares in the regular session is an illiquid stock, all right? We could split hairs on what's a liquid in the regular session. Is 100,000 shares a liquid? Is 400,000 shares a liquid? Is 50,000 shares a liquid? That starts to become an opinion. My point being is most traders that are looking for momentum and activity, they don't want to look at stuff that traded 100,000 shares in the first half an hour of an open, right? But something that traded 100,000 shares by 8 a.m. Eastern, that's more interesting. Something that's traded 100,000 shares by 10:30 a.m. Eastern is not very interesting to most traders. So that's why I think that's the big reason why I think pre-market scans and regular market scans should really be separated. But your subscription, free country, all those things like that. So I'll let you go from there. I do have a couple of things that I've created in these sessions here for the pre-market that I am happy to share. Give me 1 second while this window closes. Sorry, I have HTML5 running, so it takes a moment for things to close for me. So file, load from cloud. Let me just share a few different things here. Pre-market, alert from support Webby, revised 2. So let me share that. And then Tom, I really recommend, this stream opens at 9 a.m. Eastern each day. Barry opens at 9 a.m. Eastern each day, and he treats it more trading room style versus me in a Q&A here. But he gives up the mic here on this side of the trader's room at noon Eastern every day, and you get a different personality there. I'm here Mondays, Michael's Tuesdays, Jamie is Wednesday, Steve is generally Thursday, Andy's generally Friday. They swapped today for some reason, but that's generally how the week shakes out like that. Then Barry comes back at 1 o'clock Eastern, takes back over for a couple of hours, and then I come in at 3:30 Eastern each day and do an hour here like this. So as far as I'm concerned, generally speaking, all questions are on the table, except don't ask me what to buy, sell, or hold. I mean, you can ask me. I'm just, I'm at some point I stop responding to those because I'm not a financial advisor. I don't tell people what to buy, sell, or hold. If you want charts you want to look at, I'm happy to look at those, throw some lines up on them, give you my 2 cents on a trend and things like that. But again, you'll never hear me say, oh, that's buy level, that's sell level. Things like that will never happen from me. Pre-market racing. Here's a pre-market race that I created. Copy. Okay, find the chat box here, paste. There you go with that. This is a different pre-market layout that was an old pre-market layout without racing. If you want that, it's another docked pre-market layout. There you go. And this here, and I'm going to open this up and I'll probably end my day with this here. All right, so this is a compare count of pre-market highs versus pre-market lows and volume today percent scan put together. So what this is essentially, if I click it correctly, that will probably be good, right? There we go, Chris, now we're cooking fire. So what I did here is I created a compare count window. This is kind of like market breadth, all right? And this is going to compare pre-market highs to pre-market lows. And it'll only do it from the time you start running it, okay? So if you start running it at 5 a.m., it's going to be from data from 5 a.m. on. If you start running it at 4 a.m., it'll be data from 4 a.m. on. If you start running at 7 a.m., it'll be data from 7 a.m. on for just the pre-market. And essentially, it's just telling you your pre-market highs versus pre-market lows like this. And it'll have an EMA line here for the pre-market highs and the pre-market lows. And essentially, it's telling you how many alerts per minute would be coming through is how it works, right? It's very similar to an alert window at its core, but just using another way to view those, which would be like market breadth. Then I have this window here that is volume today percent, okay? Very similar to relative volume with the twist. This is 10-day average, and it's done on a percent versus relative volume. That's a ratio. So let's say that we've got a stock in the pre-market that's traded 30% of its total volume average, right? In the pre-market. That's pretty interesting, right? If something's traded its normal volume for a full day, or 30% of its normal volume for a full day in the pre-market, that thing's really active, right? So I sort anything active in the pre-market by volume percent today. And that's how I do it there. Even something that's traded 10 or 15% of what it normally trades on a full day in the pre-market, that might be interesting. I'm not saying it's going to be, but it might be interesting. If you've got something that's traded, 70% of its normal volume in the pre-market, that's really interesting, right? That's really, really interesting. So that's what I've done with that. We're there. Thanks, Jorge. Appreciate it. Catch you tomorrow on Friday. And, that's more or less what I'm looking at here for these kinds of things here with that. So, shared all those different scans out with you folks, those different setups, and hopefully you get something out of those, and take them and make them your own, open them up, come into the configures, right click, configure. You can't hurt anything here. If you needed the link again, always ask me for the link. I'll have these links saved, and I'm always happy to share those back out. No problem like that. So that's that. And just to also, because you said, Tom, you only signed up a couple of days ago. We have a full user's guide. It's really great. Highly recommend digging into it. So first, I'm going to share a link to the user's guide itself. It's searchable. All right. Let me find where I'm going. All right. So there's a link to the user's guide. Now let me bring over the user's guide itself real quick here. All right. So when you first come to the user's guide, it'll look like this up here, and you can click this arrow and it'll drag you down here. And then we have the quick links section down here, and you can go through, A window, alert, T, top list, M, stock, multi window, single stock window, races, charts, price alerts, so on and so forth, all through here, right? Compare count, which I was just going over. There's a whole link to that in here. If you want to learn more about compare count and how they're used similar to market breadth, I really encourage you folks to dig into that, right? But if there's something you're not sure what it might be covered under, this full table of contents, if you click that, you're going to get a search here. And you can search whatever you want in here, right? So, chart trading, right? You can find, buy and sell icons on the charts, how I can trade off of charts, right? Just start typing some stuff in there and seeing what the results are, give a scroll through quickly to see if you can find what you want. You've got the bigger table of contents over here as well, of course. And you can go section by section. There is a lot of repeat in here. We know there's a lot of repeat in here because there's a lot of stuff that overlaps with the software. There's a lot of things you can do in top lists that work in alert windows and multi windows, right? But, there's a whole section for top lists. So it's going to talk about all those things. And then there's a whole section for alert windows. And it's going to repeat talk about those things. But there's things you can do with the top list that you can't do with an alert window. And then things you can do with an alert window that you can't do with the top list. So there's no way to just combine all that. So everything gets its own section. Yes, things get repeated. Believe it or not, there have been people that have been very angry about that with us and sent us very not so nice emails, which I find just amazing. I just have to assume that they're miserable people in life, but so be it. So we're aware that, there's a lot of repeat in here, but like I said, there's a lot of overlap in the software with things that they can do. So anybody that hasn't, I highly encourage going in here. Obviously you have me as a resource. You have the support at Trade-ID's email as a resource. You have our live chat during the day as a resource, right? You have Barry during the day as a resource. Those are all great resources too. But, if you're anything like me, when I was learning the software and trying to build scans and figure things out, there's a lot of sleepless nights for me with the software. I was literally up all night playing around, running back tests, doing optimizations. And, I didn't have the user's guide to search at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'm sorry, but none of us are working at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're sleeping. And, you've got this whole guide here to be able to search now 2 o'clock in the morning. So let me get rid of that. And let me begin to walk myself out of here. So, all right, today was Thursday, aka Friday Junior, aka Thirsty Thursday. Bear market continues to make its presence known. As I illustrate every single day, there is alpha to be found with trade ideas. Every single day, there are long trades. Sometimes they're easier, sometimes they're harder. They're never just flat out easy, obviously, because trading is flat out hard in general. But some of these alerts that we can create are easier than others for getting a read on trend and momentum. Tomorrow is Friday. You will have Steve at noon tomorrow. Of course, Barry will have this open at 9 Eastern. Again, Steve filling in for Andy tomorrow at noon. I'll be back at 3:30 tomorrow to do this all over again, as we always do. Anybody that knows me knows I'm very big in the community and education here. I think that is the biggest key to any success anywhere in life, trading especially. As always, I thank all of you folks for your questions, your comments, and your interactions. And wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Thursday. You take care and adios, folks.